Post Office Ltd to be kept up to date with key litigation ongoing in the company. And you go on to say, usually this would include litigation which impacted or had the potential to impact the strategic objectives of the company. I would not have expected to have been briefed on all litigation, but rather those deemed by the executive team to be high cost or have the potential to impact the strategic objectives of the company. Within the business, the responsibility for conducting and overseeing litigation is, in my experience, the responsibility of the company's legal function. When you say high cost, are you referring to the legal costs, the risk of, so what's at stake in the litigation, the amount at stake in the litigation, or both?
Both, and the impact that it may have on the business in a negative sense, from a either a revenue or a cost perspective.
And when you say the potential to impact the strategic objectives of the company, what did you mean by that?
Well, exactly that. If there is anything that would affect the strategic impact, have a strategic impact on the company from wherever it came from, then I'd expect the board to be aware of that. And again, if you look at this particular tragedy, clearly, if there were issues with Horizon in a systemic way, that would not just have a cost impact on the business, it would have a strategic impact on the business, because you would question why we were rolling that system out, because it was the backbone of everything that was happening in the post office. So Horizon was a major strategic activity within the group.
Just looking at the prosecutorial function, reduced to its simplest, this meant that Royal Mail and Post Office would take people to court, and in certain circumstances that would lead to sentences of imprisonment. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And you would have known when you were chairman the very serious consequences of a criminal conviction against a sub-postmaster.
Yes.
You would have known of the very serious consequences of a term of imprisonment against a sub-postmaster.
Yes.
In those circumstances, would you agree that the exercise of the prosecutorial function should have been at the forefront of the Board of Directors' minds?
I'm not sure that it should be at the forefront of the board's mind, but it would certainly should have been in scope. But I go to the same issue which we come to all the time here. The issue was that there was nothing coming to the board from any direction that suggested there was the scale of the activity or some systemic issue in Horizon that was causing that.
Leaving Horizon to one side, when one of the operations of the company had the potential to lead to terms of imprisonment for members of the group's workforce or past members of the workforce, wasn't it incumbent on the board to take proactive steps to satisfy itself that the prosecutorial process was fair and lawful?
I think the role of the board in this would be to ensure that there were practices and policies and procedures in place, and that those were taking place, and then would expect to hear where that was not the case.
So is your evidence the role of the board is to set up the process, firstly? Yes, I think.
Yes.
Secondly, to see that that process is being followed through?
Yes.
And presumably as part of that, it's important that people in the management chain know who is responsible for what.
Absolutely, and not just in the management chain, in all of the functions that we're interfacing in that activity.
And is it the board's responsibility to satisfy itself that people in the management chain and elsewhere, as you describe, knew the remit of their responsibility?
Absolutely.
I want to look at what was considered by the Post Office Board and or subcommittees. Could we please start with poll 30021483? It's a meeting of the Post Office Limited Board of Directors on the 20th of August 2003. And we see on the present side, 3 up from the bottom, you're listed as being present. Could we turn, please, to page 8? Under POLB 3/69, it refers to Tony Marsh, who presented a security paper to the board on behalf of David Miller. If you just have a quick skim of that and let me know when you want to go over the page. I don't need to read it onto the transcript.
Okay to move on?
If you could go to the next page, please. That appears to be relating to the security of sub-post officers rather than the investigation and prosecution of crime. Is that your recollection of the meeting, if you have one?
Well, it was a long time ago, so I can't recall, but the way I'd read it, I'd say that that's when you read it, that's what it is.
Can we please look at poll 30021485? That's a year and a bit on in the chronology, the 13th of October 2004. We see, again, 3 from the bottom of the present list. You are present, and it says for POLB 04/86 to POLB 04/97. I assume that means where the references are in between that number, you're present for the meeting. When it's outside of that number range, you aren't there.
Yeah, I mean, I can't recall that, but...
So we see that it's up to 97 on the right side.
Yeah.
Can we go to page 13, please? So POLB 04/108. So it appears that you wouldn't have been there at this meeting. Would you have read the minutes of the meeting at a later date?
Yes.
It says human resources, and the board noted the report. The board agreed that in situations where fraud had been perpetrated against the company, the appropriate civil orders would be used immediately and in advance of any criminal proceedings. This would help recovery efforts by ensuring that the assets of those involved in criminal activity were quickly secured. David Miller would verify the current procedures and report back to the board. Given this is under the human resources section, can you assist us with whether this is looking at alleged fraud against the post office by its workforce?
I can't recall that.
Do you recall this issue being raised or discussed with other members of the board?
No, I obviously a long time ago, so I don't actually recall this. If you ask me to read it, I would. It's difficult to tell exactly who it's talking about.
You weren't aware around this time, though, of the board considering the process of prosecutions. Is that right?
Sorry, I don't.
So with your any conversations you remember with non-executives, it's right that you weren't aware of or told about any discussion at board level about the process of prosecutions.
About the process of prosecution?
Yes.
No, I thought you asked a question whether we knew about numbers of prosecutions. Obviously, this talks about the process of prosecutions.
Let me rephrase it. I asked you earlier if you were ever involved in discussions about prosecutions with members of the board, non-executive directors. My question is, are you aware of any discussion at board level about oversight of prosecutions that occurred when you were not there?
No, I mean, I don't think this is about oversight of prosecutions. This is about, when I read this, what happens when there is a recovery required.
You mentioned numbers of prosecutions before. Were you going to say that what were you going to say about that and your knowledge of the numbers?
We had no idea of the numbers of prosecutions that were taking place. That was never raised up.
What was your understanding of the numbers of prosecutions that were taking place at the time?
I had no understanding of the amount of prosecutions taking place at the time.
Did you at any point ask for information on how many numbers, did you at any point ask how many people the Post Office was prosecuting?
Not in that set of circumstances. There were discussions at Royal Mail Group about the broader number of prosecutions taking place across the group. But to my recall, never a discussion about the number of prosecutions actually taking place in Pol itself.
Could we look, please, at, actually, no, before we do, why did you not ask for numbers of prosecutions in relation to Post Office Limited itself and or prosecutions against sub-postmasters?
Because it was never seen as an issue in the organisation. It was never flagged up as an issue, and frankly, there were so many other things going on. Unless it would have been raised, it wouldn't have been picked up. But as you can see in bits of the Royal Mail Group Board where issues were raised, generally there was a discussion. But this was not a priority at the time, which was a mistake.
And is that a mistake because it was a reactive approach to oversight of the process of prosecutions rather than a proactive approach as the board satisfying itself that the prosecutions were being conducted fairly?
Yeah, I think it was reactive, but I think it's the context of it, which is there's many other things happening in the business. This was not seen as an issue, therefore there were clearly procedures that should have been taking place. Clearly there were teams working on this that had the opportunity to flag this up, and it didn't happen. And it didn't happen not just in the organisation. It wasn't flagged up by from the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters, you name it. This was never brought up as a significant issue. And boards tend to react to significant issues.
Could we please look at Pol 21486? It's a meeting on the 15th of December of the Post Office Limited Board. If we go down, we see that you're not in attendance, but as you said before, you would have read the minutes. Could we turn, please, to page 6? I should have said, I think you nodded. When I asked, you would have read the minutes. I think
yes.
You nodded.
Yeah, yes. Sorry.
Thank you. We have an entry about the Risk and Compliance Committee. It says Peter Corbett provided a short presentation to highlight the work of the newly formed Risk and Compliance Committee. The board noted that, if we go over the page, please, the scope of its activity included audit, compliance and legal issues, says the primary aim was to ensure the service and conformance elements of the business were working together properly. That's D. And then E, the next quarterly meeting would be held on 5th January 2005 to discuss branch control, vital few controls, audit reports, anti-money laundering measures, crime and fraud, and the work of the group audit committee. Do you remember what your understanding was of the remit of the Risk and Compliance Committee within Post Office Limited at this point?
No, I can't recall that.
Did you ever sit on the Risk and Compliance Committee or attend it?
Not as far as I can recall.
Sir Michael Hodgkinson gave evidence to this inquiry. We don't need to bring up his witness statement, but at paragraph 32, he said, I introduced a Risk and Compliance Committee because the board was conscious that it would need to have a greater corporate governance measures in place with the progression into financial market, specifically because of the risk of mis-selling financial products. Can you again say what Sir Michael says about the purpose of the Risk and Compliance Committee?
No.
Please, could we turn to... Actually, before we do, sorry. Would this, the Risk and Compliance Committee, in your view, have been a suitable place for oversight of prosecutions to take place? And when I say oversight of prosecutions, I mean against sub-postmasters by the Post Office.
It could be a place, yes.
In order for that to be an effective committee to oversee such prosecutions, what types of attendees would it require?
Largely the people that are on that list, I would imagine. That's why it would have been set up that way with those people.
Would it require input from the legal department?
I would imagine so, yes.
Could the Risk and Compliance Committee of the Post Office Limited effectively oversee prosecutions if it was not able to oversee the group legal function?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's of bad information. And the members of the Post Office Audit and Risk Committee and the MD and chairman of the Post Office Risk Committee sat on the Royal Mail board.
Could we please look at poll 30021490? It's another Post Office Limited board meeting, December the 14th, 2005. If we go down, please. We see you have given your apologies. Could we turn to page 14, please? Just scroll down slightly so we see that's perfect, thank you. We have the Risk and Compliance Committee heading, and it says the board noted the Risk and Compliance Committee's minutes of the 29th September 2005. Would you have read those committee minutes as part of the board pack, even though you didn't attend the meeting?
If they were in the board pack, yes.
Because it says the board noted the minutes, is it likely that those minutes would have been in the board pack?
Probably, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to comment.
Could we look, please, at poll 30021418? We see the minutes of the Risk and Compliance Committee on the 29th of September 2005. Sorry, just getting my copy. And members, we have Sir Michael Hodgkinson, Peter Corbett, that was the Finance Director of Post Office Limited. Is that right?
I think so, yes.
Rod Ismay, who the inquiry's heard evidence from, would he have been head of, or in the branch accounting team at that point?
Again, I couldn't recall that, but
Alwyn Lyons, again, we've heard evidence from the inquiry. The Secretary, Michael Dadra, do you recall working with him?
no, sorry, I don't.
Apologies from Ian Anderson. Do you recall working with him?
Not.
Alan Cook, we know and we'll come on to. And Keith Woolard, do you remember him?
Not necessarily, a long time ago.
Are you aware if the Post Office Limited Risk and Compliance Committee had any any persons attending with legal experience?
I couldn't tell from that list.
Could we turn, please, to page 6? And if we go to the bottom of the page, it says, Post Office Limited has a principle of undertaking criminal prosecutions for all cases where it is in the public interest, but noting that likelihood of recovery and circumstances of the defendants and the victims may be relevant to that decision. Firstly, after reading that, do you recall whether you turned your mind to whether this committee was overseeing criminal prosecutions?
I wouldn't be able to recall. I mean, I wouldn't know if I saw this document. So it's difficult to comment, really.
Secondly, the point of, but noting that likelihood of recovery and circumstance of the defendants and the victims may be relevant to that decision. The likelihood of recovery as being relevant to the decision of whether a criminal prosecution is in the public interest, is that something that would have struck you as odd when you read it at the time?
Well, I'm not sure I did read it at the time. As I said, I don't recall seeing this document. So I'd only be speculating. To be honest, it's not very clear at all.
Do I take it from this that, to the best of your recollection at the time, you didn't turn your mind to the circumstances in which Post Office Limited would pursue prosecutions?
No.
That can come down, thank you. Could we look, please, at poll 3032210? This is another meeting of the Post Office Limited Board, this time on the 20th of April 2006. And we can see present, second from bottom, you're in attendance, yes?
Yes.
If we can turn to page page 2, please. And then at the top, there's small c. It says, the board noted the minutes of the Post Office Limited Compliance Committee of 22nd March 2006. In view of the increasing volume of regulatory issues, the board considered that it would be beneficial for the committee to recruit additional expertise. The board agreed that Luke March, Compliance Director, Royal Mail Group, should be asked to join the Compliance Committee. Do you recall this discussion or this decision?
No, not at all.
Can you assist us? Is this a fair summary of or a fair reading of what happens here? Firstly, the board is noting an increase in volume of regulatory issues. Yes? You're nodding.
Yeah. I'm waiting for you to finish. Actually, go on.
regulatory issues, does that mean compliance, for example, with financial services issues? Is that how you take that?
It could be a number of different things. The regulatory is quite a broad term.
It wouldn't be used to describe prosecutions, would it?
I'm not sure it would.
And the decision is, in light of that, for the Compliance Director of Royal Mail Group to be asked to join the committee. Can you recall ever a similar decision or discussion being made in respect of someone from Group Legal joining the Compliance Committee?
No. Although this is action to Jonathan Evans, who I think Legal reported to. I think Jonathan Evans is on.
So he's the company secretary, and your evidence, as before, was the legal department, Group Legal Department reported to him.
I'm pretty sure it did. So Jonathan would be the legal representative, I would imagine, in this discussion.
My question is slightly different. I think you have answered it, which is, was there a discussion ever at board level of having someone from Group Legal be put on the Compliance Committee at Post Office level? And I think your answer is no. Or you don't recall?
I don't recall. But it looks here as if that's what's happened.
So sorry, is your evidence that Luke March, as Compliance Director, would be within the legal function?
No, but this is about regulatory. I mean, I'm trying to read it as I said, but this is about regulatory issues. And Luke Marsh, who I don't recall, but compliance generally is broader regulatory issues. So I think this is, when I read this, this is about regulatory issues in the broadest sense, not just about legal issues.
No, and so I suppose that I'll narrow my question further. Yeah. Do you recall there ever being a conversation about the General Counsel at group level or a member of the Royal Mail Group legal team being asked to sit on the Post Office Limited Compliance Committee?
Not that I can recall.
That can come down, thank you. Is it fair to say that looking at those board minutes, leaving the Compliance Committee to aside because you didn't sit on that, but at the board minutes, is it fair to say that the Post Office Board didn't exercise active or real oversight of the prosecutions brought by Post Office Limited?
No, I don't think that's correct. I think what would happen is the Post Office Board would have oversight of that activity if the executives on that board felt and knew that there was a significant issue.
So again, it's a case of it's for the executives to, I think your evidence is it's for the executives to raise the problem. Is your evidence that there's no obligation on the Post Office Board proactively to ask about the process of prosecutions?
Generally, the board would ask things proactively if there was an issue, or if somebody had seen some data that flagged an issue.
Is that the general approach to matters, how a board operates generally?
Well, that's a big generalism. No, obviously not. But in essence, the board focuses on one of the key strategic issues facing the business, and then relies on the management teams within those businesses to manage the pieces in their operational areas against the policies and procedures that are put in place to do that. And those things tend to be reported up to the board on an ad hoc basis, generally driven by an issue being raised that means it needs to be brought to the attention of the board. It's a top-down and bottom-up approach.
I'll come back to the questions I asked earlier about the consequences of the criminal process of which you were aware. Because of those significant consequences, do you not think a more active or careful or different approach to oversight was required by the board because of the significant consequences?
Well, obviously at the time, that was not the case. People did not think that. With hindsight, obviously I would change my opinion today. But I think the crucial issue here is that the systemic issues horizon that then impacted the prosecutions of the sub-postmasters was not an issue that was ever raised over a long period of time. And a lot of governance comes from intelligence up the organisation.
Again, I'm going to deal with Horizon shortly. You said with hindsight, the risk arising from prosecutions was known and obvious at the time. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you accept that the Post Office Board should have, knowing what it knew, exercised more proactive oversight of prosecutions, and it wasn't necessary to have hindsight to do that?
No, I think that what was missing was the level of prosecutions, and what was missing was the impact that Horizon was having on that. And with those two issues would weigh significantly on whether the board, spent time on that particular issue.
I want to look at some of the evidence given by other senior figures within the Royal Mail Group and Post Office Limited to this inquiry. And I'll start with Sir Michael Hodgkinson. He was Senior Non-Executive Director of Royal Mail Holdings from 1st January 2003 until 31st August 2007, and Chair of Post Office from May 2003 to March 2007. I'm not asking you to remember the specific dates, but does that broadly sound right?
Yes.
You would have worked with him regularly in your role as chairman?
Yes.
So could you just speak up a bit? Was that
yes? Sorry, yeah.
No need to apologise. And from your evidence before, I take it you didn't discuss the oversight of prosecutions of sub-postmasters with Sir Michael. Is that correct?
I can recall.
I think you said not that I can recall.
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Sir Michael's statement? It's WITN 10660100. Came up before I finished the number, very impressive. Could we turn to page 22, please? Paragraph 56. It says, I've been asked about where the responsibility lay in the holdings group for criminal prosecutions and civil proceedings of sub-postmasters for shortfalls in branch accounts. I cannot recall who would have been responsible within Post Office Limited, but my assumption is that this would have been dealt with by the Post Office Limited legal department, who would have reported any issues to the CEO or COO. It goes on to say, I do not recall discussion about the risks and compliance issues arising from the prosecution of sub-postmasters for theft and false accounting, or the pursuit of civil litigation against sub-postmasters to recover alleged shortfalls in branch accounts. As far as I was aware, there was a fully functioning legal team responsible for these actions. And then if we can bring up on screen at the same time, please, Sir Michael's evidence to the inquiry. It's INQ 401128. And if we could go to AUC, sorry, this is the transcript of the proceedings on the 11th of April 2024. If we could go to page 32. Thank you. Internal page 126 at line 9. Mr. Blake is asking questions and says, putting those three together, did the board, so far as you call, ever receive notice of concerns about prosecutions relating to Horizon or problems with the Horizon system itself? Answer, I was not made aware of those. Question, I'd just like to read paragraph 38.1 of your statement, which addresses the legal department. It says, I do not believe the board had direct oversight or involvement with the legal department. I do not recall the structure of the legal team. This was ultimately the responsibility of the CEO and COO. We saw when we started today the board composition. It doesn't seem as though there was what you might see nowadays, a general counsel. Answer, yeah. Question, someone of an equivalent position. Was there, in your view, any gap in relation to, if we can go down, thank you, oversight of the legal department at the Post Office? I think there was, answer, I think there was, and I think that was part of the fact that some of the functions remain central. Can you expand on that, please? I think we had a subset of the Royal Mail legal department. What was the problem with that? Answer, I think then it wasn't represented on its own right on the Post Office board. Question, did that change at all during your time? Answer, no. And he says, was that something you were aware of at the time, or is that looking back now? Answer, I think more looking back. Did you discuss the oversight of the legal department, the Royal Mail Group legal department? Did you discuss that with Sir Michael at any point?
Not that I can recall.
In circumstances where Sir Michael was chair of the Post Office Limited board and you were chair of the group, and the legal department within the group was providing services to the subsidiary, why didn't you discuss oversight with Sir Michael?
Because we'd have no reason to discuss the oversight.
That can come down, thank you. I'll turn to Adam Crozier, please. He was the Chief Executive Officer of Royal Mail from February 2003 to April 2010. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
He reported to you, is that right?
Yes.
Would you have worked with him closely?
Yes.
And again, from your evidence before, I take it that you didn't discuss the oversight of prosecutions of sub-postmasters with Mr. Crozier?
Yes.
Can we look at his witness statement, please? It's WITN 04390100. Page 14, please. Paragraph 41.1. We see for 41, it's talking about supervision. It says, as far as I can recall, oversight for criminal prosecutions and civil proceedings brought by Post Office would have sat with the Post Office legal team, and oversight for prosecutions brought on behalf of the rest of the group would have sat with the group legal team. And if we can then look at his evidence to the inquiry, it's INQ 401129. We turn to page 27, please. A4, page 27, please. Scroll down, please. There, we see Mr. Crozier giving evidence questioned by Mr. Beer. If we could turn, please, to page 35. That's A4, page 35. Thank you. If you can go down to internal page 140. See, the question starts at, or a quote, sorry, starts at line 9. And then from line 21, it says, were you not aware that, in fact, there was no post office legal team, it had no separate legal in-house function, and that civil and criminal proceedings were brought by lawyers within the Royal Mail Group legal team? Over the page, goes on to say, answer, I was not, no. Question, so lawyers from within the group gave advice on prosecutions, they made decisions about prosecutions and within prosecutions, and they conducted the proceedings, not any post office lawyers. You didn't know that. Answer, was that throughout the whole period? Question, yes. Answer, and I am sorry. Question, throughout the whole of your period? Answer, my period. Question, yes. Answer, I was not aware of that, no. Question, given the facts that I've just described, that would mean, is this right, that your board had a responsibility for the conduct of a team of lawyers within Royal Mail Group who were acting on behalf of the Post Office, rather than the Post Office Board having such a responsibility for them, wouldn't it? Answer, in part yes, but also they would be doing that at the behest of the Post Office team who owned Horizon and any issues deriving out of that. Question, well, they might be their clients. Answer, yes. Question, Post Office Limited might be their client. Answer, yes, sorry, yes. Question, I'm talking about responsibility for the conduct and work of the lawyers. That fell, if I'm right, to Royal Mail Group to manage and oversee. Answer, my understanding at the time was that was also under the supervision of the company secretary at the Post Office in conjunction with the Royal Mail, and they used, I thought, a mix of Post Office legal team augmented by Royal Mail legal team and outside legal people as well. That was my understanding. Did you discuss with Mr. Crozier how the legal teams were structured across the group when you were at Royal Mail?
Not that I can recall.
So for that reason, can you presumably you can't assist us with how Mr. Crozier may have come to understand that there was a Post Office Limited legal team responsible for prosecutions?
Not at all. I mean, it may be worth, it is not unusual to have, remember the Royal Mail Group had a number of ancillary companies, Post Office, GLS, Parcel Force, Royal Mail Holdings, the Royal Mail itself. So it's not unusual at all to have a group function at Royal Mail Group, where that group function supports those individual divisions. In fact, it's generally the case in most companies where we have a group setup. So this structure is not unusual. And in the Royal Mail Group legal team, it would also not be unusual for a team of that, a part of that team to be dedicated to Post Office Limited, and for that team to dotted line into Post Office Limited. So, you know, when I read these responses, they seem to be quite confused, but it's very clear. Royal Mail Group had group functions. Those group functions assisted the divisions that worked within Royal Mail, and that included the legal team supporting POL with, I think, people who were dedicated to POL in that legal team. So this is not an unusual structure in any way, shape or form.
Do you not see there being a problem with the Chief Executive Officer of Royal Mail Group thinking that, or not being aware of precisely what the legal team within Royal Mail was doing, namely involved in the prosecution of sub-postmasters for Post Office Limited?
Well, I think that's a question you need to ask the CEO of the Royal Mail. I mean,
gentlemen, I think I've got the general structure quite a long time ago, and I got Mr. Crozier's evidence that he didn't know about it. Whether he should have known about it is quite another thing.
Mr. Leighton, can I ask you this then? Why is it that you didn't discuss where the Royal Mail Group's legal responsibilities with Mr. Crozier?
Because we'd never raised it as an issue. I mean, it's again. I just
Well, again, Mr. Leighton, can I shortcut this?
Yeah.
The impression I get from you is that rightly or wrongly, you did not discuss these issues either formally in a board or informally with anyone else. And the reason you've given me is that because these issues were never raised with you. Now, is that it in summary?
Yes, but also, sir, this point about obviously there's been some confusion with people as to the first piece of confusion was did the Royal people not knowing that Royal Mail carried out these prosecutions, which it's been doing for a long period of time, and then secondly the structure of where the legal team sat in Royal Mail and Poll. And what I'm saying to everybody is this structure is not unusual in any way, shape or form. And it's slightly surprising that people didn't know that this was the structure and this is how it worked.
Well, clearly you knew.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to come back, Mr. Leighton, to something you said in your evidence last time, which I repeated this morning, which was the most important in relation to the roles of a non-executive director or chair, that the most important thing is to have some set processes to make it clear where the responsibility lies. The inquiry's also heard evidence from David Mills and Alan Cook. For example, Alan Cook said he wasn't aware of the prosecutorial decision being made in-house until 2009. Do you accept any responsibility for the fact that key figures, Sir Michael Hodgkinson, Adam Crozier, David Mills, Alan Cook, appearing to be confused about the role of Royal Mail Legal and the oversight of prosecutions?
None at all.
Why not? Because
it's very clear. It's always, to me, it's all been very clear exactly what that structure is. And these are executives in the business, working full-time in the business. And I'm somewhat surprised that they didn't understand the structure.
So that's probably a good time to take the morning break, because we'll move on to a separate set of topics thereafter.
Can you just, I had assumed that Mr. Leighton's evidence would be completed reasonably quickly since we dealt with him for a couple of hours. And I'm anxious about the timing for today altogether, if you see what I mean. How much longer do you expect Mr. Leighton to be giving evidence?
Half an hour, sir, if right. That.
Okay, fine. That's fine. Yeah.
I think with the transcriber, it would be better to have the break now.
Yeah, by all means, yeah, sure. So what time shall we resume?
If we could say 11 o'clock, sir.
Fine.
Thank you. Sir, can you still see and hear us?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Thanks. I want to look at a topic about board composition. Would you agree that sub-postmasters as individual businesses invested significantly in the post office network?
Absolutely.
Who at board level was considering their interests?
The team that were the poll team, the MD of poll and the chair of poll and all the other board members of the Royal Mail.
Can we look please at poll 30-21487? It's a meeting of the Post Office Limited Board on the 23rd of February 2005. We see third from the bottom, you're in attendance. On appointments of directors, at the bottom of this page, please. It says the chairman, now pausing there, I'm assuming that's referring to Sir Michael Hodgkinson as chairman of the committee rather than you as chairman of
I
Royal
imagine
Mail.
so, yes.
The chairman reported that he'd become aware that a suggestion may have been made by a DTI minister that Mr Colin Baker, General Secretary of the NFSP, should become a non-executive director of Post Office Limited. After careful consideration, the board agreed that it would reject the proposal if made for the following reasons. Firstly, we can summarise them. Colin Baker's position with the union would be compromised by a closer relationship. Over the page, non-executive director would need to be independent of the day-to-day executive affairs. And then another matter about the Nolan rules. Do you recall that discussion?
I don't recall the discussion, but I can see what the discussion was from this note. Yeah.
At any point, at this point or thereafter, do you recall the board considering whether there should be a postmaster, sub-postmaster representative on the board?
Not past this particular point, no.
Do you know why that was?
I think for the reasons that are given here. I think these are good reasons why this couldn't happen. There would be a big conflict of interest, and the other piece of this is the Nolan rules are quite explicit on that you need to have a number of criteria, of which parties are quite a significant commercial criteria. So I think this was the right decision and made sense. But also I think it's this point made before, the interests of the sub-postmasters was driven by poll, but also all the members of the Royal Mail Group board. Only this issue, a significant tragedy of the horizon issues and the systemic issues off the back of that, but in support of the post office and sub-postmasters, in my time at the Royal Mail, that was always very significant across the board, both boards.
I can come down, thank you. I want to look at oversight of Horizon. I think you agree, you say in your witness statement that the transaction data recorded by Horizon was used to compile Post Office Limited's management and statutory accounts.
I think so, yeah.
A director of a company is required to prepare a set of accounts that gives a true and fair view of the state of affairs of the company. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So the director must be able to have confidence in the data being used to prepare those accounts.
Yes.
So any allegation of a lack of integrity in the data produced by Horizon would have been a significant issue for both Post Office Limited and Royal Mail Group.
Yes.
Can we turn to your statement, please, page 18, paragraph 35. So my main recollection of the board's, paragraph 35, my main recollection of the board's oversight of the Horizon IT project is that a key focus and repeated discussion point within the board of Post Office Limited related to the timeline and headline content of the project, the cost and its value for the UK government and by extension the taxpayer. This is evident from the minutes provided to me by the inquiry, but I also recall that from the time I began working with Royal Mail Holdings and Post Office Limited was in a difficult financial position and Horizon represented a significant cost. I knew that projects of this nature often took significantly more time than the planned time and cost to implement properly. This was therefore an area that was tested by the board. The company needed a system which was fit for purpose and represented value for money. Do you recall being told anything about Horizon's fitness for purpose when you served on the board?
All of the time. I mean, the most significant thing about this Horizon project, and it's reflected in certainly all the documentation you've given me, there's not a board meeting that goes by where it's not talked about. And that's very unusual for an IT system, even an IT system of this scale. So the amount of oversight on Horizon within the organisation as a whole was extremely high.
Would you accept, won't go through them, or would you accept that a lot of the discussion at board level was on the negotiation of contracts relating to Horizon rather than the technical oversight of it?
No. If you read, certainly from the board minutes I've read, a lot of the discussion and a lot of the documentation is absolutely about the enabling impacts of Horizon. All of the new releases. I mean, this is a massive IT system with multiple releases, with millions of transactions, which as all these systems have problems and issues along the way. And I feel very confident, and having read all the papers and reminded myself, that the oversight on the project, the Horizon project, was probably more significant than I've ever seen on any IT project.
You referenced releases. The inquiry has heard evidence about the Calendar Square bug, a bug that caused discrepancies in branch accounts, and the inquiry has heard evidence that Fujitsu thought this had been resolved by the S90 release. Can we look please at poll 3032210? It's a board meeting on the 20th of April 2006. If we could please turn to page 10. We can go down to the operations report section, please. We see it says Horizon S90 release. Firstly, sorry, pausing there. It says the board noted the report, and in particular that, where it says noted, does that mean there was any discussion on the report?
I can't recall it such a long time ago, but I would imagine there would have been some discussion on it.
The Horizon S90 release, number 4, provide for a plethora of change requests across a variety of existing capabilities. Do you recall whether or not any questions were asked as to what changes were made to the system, or if there were any bug fixes?
No, I can't. But I do read the release continued to make good progress. There have been a number of issues in the pilot. These have been quickly diagnosed and resolved. And that's what we'd expect to see. We'd expect to see what's actually happening, what's the state of play, if there are any issues, are they being resolved? And that, I think, was the theme of Horizon for a long period of time.
So when you're referring to the oversight and the detailed oversight, you said at board level, this is the type of thing?
This is the type of thing. The next down, network resilience, is a good example. Software necessary to deploy for 2,000 large branches, and solutions of limited period of time of smaller branches was now ready for implementation. These are significant steps on the evolution of Horizon.
I can come down, thank you. At paragraph 36, we don't need to bring it up. You refer to a visit to Chesterfield, which is where the product and branch accounting was based at Post Office Limited, and you say, although there appear to be some day-to-day issues that the staff in the office were dealing with, I do not recall that there were complaints which indicated major issues with the system. What were the day-to-day issues you were told about?
Again, I can't recall what they were a long time ago, but most of the day-to-day issues were about slow running and some outages and things like that. The major point is this: at no stage in any of the documentation is there any clue that there's a systemic issue with Horizon. And the opportunity for that to arise is significant because there's not a board meeting of the Royal Mail Group or the Post Office Ltd where that Horizon is not discussed.
Could we look, please, at POL 20107538? This is a letter addressed to you from Sir Allan Bates on the 7th of August 2003. Paragraph 51 of your statement, we don't need to turn it up. It says, I do not recall receiving these letters and I do not know if I did. To be clear, is your evidence that you cannot remember whether you did, is your evidence that you cannot remember whether you did or did not receive them?
That's my evidence. But it looks more than probable that I didn't because of what happened post. So you can see that it's obviously been passed on to two people in the top right-hand corner. That's not my writing. And then in all the subsequent responses to this, which went over quite a long period of time, about 6 months, I'm not copied in on any of them. So I would say the likelihood is I never saw this letter. But I can't say for definite I didn't.
We see paragraph 3, it says it is again trying to use what seems to be so often described as its outdated Stalinistic management approach in order to bludgeon its will onto the poor sub-postmaster with an issue that could bankrupt every sub-post office in the country. Whilst I appreciate the principle can be expensive, I cannot agree to any position which would leave me and every other sub-postmaster liable for claims of millions of pounds from the post office without any redress or access to data to check such claims. And it goes on at page 3, paragraph 2, to say my personal belief, based on my experiences and from stories I hear, is that the post office are having considerable problems with the Horizon software, and that was especially true in the early days. And that effectively summarises the scandal, doesn't it? Or the problem with that the sub-postmasters were facing.
I think probably, yes. I mean, it's hard to judge, but...
So this letter, who would be handling it on your behalf if you say you didn't see it?
Well, I think it's the people on the... If you look at the top, I think then there's a
page
series
1,
of correspondence post this from different people who respond to Mr. Bates. I think there's I saw Sir Allan Bates. There's different exchanges between that which go on for quite a long period of time. Lots of different people engaged in it.
Do you, obviously you worked in the at the company and with the people. Do you have any insight, or can you assist us with why a letter like this wouldn't be passed up to you?
Lots of letters would not be passed up to me. You know, I think other people said the same. We would get hundreds or thousands of letters, and often they would not come to us. They would be handled by one of the complaints department or another department, and we wouldn't necessarily see them. One thing's for sure: if I had seen this letter, then I would have been copied in on the correspondence posted.
Could we please look at POL 2016179?
I think because I think it's a really important letter. That it is. I think it's also I want to say is that, and I think you've seen certainly in the documentation that the process. There was a process that was taken past this letter, which is the process I'd expect to see, which is somebody responded to it. Another letter came back. There were more pieces of dialogue. I think at one stage an MP got involved. Then to make sure there was not a biased response, I think one of
just pausing there, sorry, Mr. If your evidence is you weren't involved in that process, we can read the documents to see what happened.
No, okay. I'm just saying, but if the process that was then taken on board post this would be the process I would expect.
Sorry, please can we bring up poll 20161-769? And if we could go to page 8, please. See, there's an email from Karen Arnold to Ms. Hughes. The 2nd of July 2006, asking for an update about Hoylake. Is the sub-postmaster still maintaining his allegations about the Horizon system? I guess if this is still the case, then we won't be able to get it rolled over. If we turn to page 7, please. We see the response. Karen, ex-sub-postmaster, still raises issues around Horizon, hence our inability to reopen. And it goes on, when I reopened Garwin late last year, within a couple of hours of audit, I had to close almost immediately because of a similar scenario. Could we then please go to page 5? Mark Partington's email on the 5th of July. We need to weigh up the cost to the business of the installation at short notice of a new kit and the configuration of this by Fujitsu. Again, against this, we have a closed branch and the loss to the business this is resulting in, and the exceedingly bad PR we will receive if we cannot open this branch in the next week or so. Then, bottom of page 2, please. See an email from John Breeden there, and if you go over the 6th of July, if you go over the page, as I mentioned on the phone today, the chief executive of the local council has written again seeking assurances this branch will be opened by the start of the Open Golf later this month. I'm pleased to see progress is being made with the recruitment of an interim. It's probably a matter of public record, that's the Open Championship at Hoylake. If we go to page 2, 7th of July, just to advise you, I've been made aware that Allan Leighton has been asked to be kept informed on progress on the reopening. Do you recall what reasons you were given for the post office being closed?
No.
Presumably, whether or not the post office is open or closed isn't something that you would, as chair of the Royal Mail Group, usually get involved in.
No, unless in this particular case, and again, I can't recall this, but what it seems to me, I'm asking about the reopening. So I think somebody's asked a question about, will this post office be open for the golf?
Yes, there's a massive golf tournament going on, which encourages a lot of tourism, and you're being asked when it will reopen.
I think that's what it looks like, yeah.
Surely in those circumstances, would you not ask the reasons as to why the post office closed?
Not necessarily, no.
Why not?
I just wouldn't. I'd be asking the question here about why, when will it be reopened? I'd be addressing the question.
And in order to address that question, you wouldn't have thought it relevant to ask the reasons why it was closed?
No.
If we look, please, at poll 20106-867. We see an email from Rob Wilson head of the criminal law team at Royal Mail. Do you remember Rob Wilson?
Not really, no.
So the 3rd of March 2010, that's after you finished as chair. It says, my understanding is that the integrity of Horizon data is sound, and it is as a result of this that persistent challenges that have been made in court have always failed. And the inquiry's heard evidence of the various challenges that were made to Horizon. Again, is your evidence that you were never informed of any of these challenges in courts?
Absolutely. The systemic issues and some of the bugs that came out since were never brought to either me or the board's attention.
And if the board or the system was operating as you think it should have done, who should have brought those concerns to you in terms of the challenges made in courts?
That should have come up via the operation and the legal functions.
So the operation and legal functions.
Yeah.
So that including the company secretary.
Who would be head if the company secretary at this stage is 2010, I don't know, was in charge of legal. I've not seen this document, so this is after I've gone, presumably, is it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That can come down, thank you. I've one more point I want to ask you on, please. Could I please have poll 20120833? It's an Excel spreadsheet. And could we go to the Risk Ops tab? P5, it says at the bottom. The inquiry's seen this before. It's been described as a register of risk with the IT Directorate for Post Office Ltd. Would you have seen a document like this at the time?
No.
If we look in the description, the first row beneath that, the description is damage to reputation of Post Office and potential future financial losses if Post Office loses court case relating to reliability of Horizon accounting data at Cleveland's branch office. And then action, Royal Mail Legal Service have made an offer for out-of-court settlement of the case, review with Fujitsu of their processes to protect against similar future cases, and we see the risk is put at £1 million. From your perspective, should that have been raised to the Royal Mail Group board as a risk?
Which one?
The damage to reputation, the first risk, which I just...
But is that being specific about that one branch office, or I'm trying to...
Well, if we say it says damage to reputation of Post Office and potential future financial losses if Post Office loses court case relating to the reliability of Horizon accounting data at Cleveland's branch office. So it's referring to one case, namely the Cleveland's case, but would you accept that it's raising the risk of potential future financial losses?
Well, it is. But the risk that it's got attached to it looks relatively low. So if you're asking me, would I expect that particular point to come to the Royal Mail Group Board, probably because the level of risk is so low, probably not.
And are you saying, where are you saying that's a relatively low risk?
1 million.
Sorry?
1 million.
I see. So because of the quantification of the risk.
Yes. So the level of risk plays a big part in what comes into the risk thought process.
But the fact that it says that the court case relating to the reliability of the Horizon accounting data, that wouldn't trigger it going higher, your view?
I'd be guessing.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. If you had seen this at the time, what do you think you would have done?
Well, I saw in the papers the Cleveland's piece. So if I'd have seen the Cleveland's piece, then that would have raised a real issue.
When you say that, do you mean the advice?
Yes,
the advice
that
of
would have
counsel?
raised a real issue.
And what would you have done having read that advice?
I'd have had a massive dig into everything around it.
That document could come down, thank you. So those are the questions I have. Do you have?
Yeah, I wasn't quite clear about that last answer. Did you say the Cleveland's piece, Mr. Leighton?
Yes, sir. In the
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
in the documentation, there's a note on what happened at Cleveland's.
Yeah.
And that basically it was made clear that the prosecution would not succeed because there was a systemic issue in Horizon. And for me, that would have been a significant point.
Right. So that I can understand this, in the Cleveland's case, and this may, just to ensure that we are not at cross purposes, there had been obtained a joint report. It was civil proceedings, not criminal proceedings, and there'd been a joint report from an expert which suggested, and I use the layman's terms, problems with Horizon, which had caused the loss. And as a result, that case was settled by the Post Office. Now, are you telling me that had you, not necessarily in your capacity as chair of our Royal Mail, but as a senior Royal Mail or Post Office person, been aware of an expert report which suggested problems with Horizon, and as a consequence, the Post Office were proposing to settle the case, that is something which should have been taken very seriously and investigated?
Absolutely.
So that is one of the. So when earlier this morning, Mr. Stevens took you to, I'm now not quite sure whether it was a policy or what, but let's call it a policy whereby litigation, which was going to cause very substantial financial loss or relate to important policies of the Post Office, should be brought to the board, then this case would have fallen into that category, in your opinion?
Absolutely.
Fine. And while we're on that, a couple of years later, Mr. Castleton was sued, as you probably know from press reports, by the Post Office for a comparatively small sum of money, about £25,000. In that case, he maintained that there were no losses to the Post Office, that, these are my words, it was all a figment of Horizon rather than being a real loss. And that case was litigated in the High Court. Is that also the sort of case, in your view, which should have been raised to the level of the board, given what was involved in it?
I think the answer is yes, sir. I think the Cleveland's one, in a strange way, more so, because it meant that a prosecution didn't take place.
All right.
Yeah.
And I take it that it's your evidence that at the time, namely in 2004, Cleveland's, 2006, Mr. Castleton, you and or the board knew nothing about them?
Absolutely, sir.
Fine. Sorry, Mr. Stevens, but I wanted to be clear about that.
Yes, not at all. In fact, I think I should clear one thing up, because I can see the list of documents sent to Mr. Leighton. And can we just bring on screen POL 20118229? when you were earlier referring to a document on Cleveland's, was it this document?
I think so, yes.
So that being the advice. Thank you. That can come down. So I believe Mr. Steen has 2 minutes of questions. I think that's it, Mr. Steen, with 2 minutes of questions.
Right, over to you, Mr. Steen.
Mr. Leighton, one area whereby information should have been relayed to a board, we'll talk about which board in a moment, could have been via company accounts. So if we think about the situation that was ongoing as we know it within the investigation and prosecution of sub-postmasters, somewhere within accounting there should have been the costs of that system ongoing, costs including the costs of investigators, costs of the actual prosecutions, money coming back another way, which is via the court process, which would include any recovery of monies through those processes, and then through the civil system of investigations, the taking of individuals to the civil courts, the same. One other aspect of costs that we have been hearing about within the inquiry has, of course, been the costs of, on occasions, when there was information requested from Fujitsu to support prosecutions or civil actions, those costs as well. So in that general area of costing, do you agree it would have been somewhere in company accounts?
Not necessarily.
Right. Help us understand why not.
Largely, when those types of issues would be picked up with the auditors. So what tends to happen, you have a discussion with the auditors about what you disclose, what you don't disclose, what needs to be. So I would imagine if and I don't know this, a conversation may well have taken place along that lines, and the auditors would probably have said that that sort of disclosure is not necessary. It is. We're a unique organisation, but it would be quite unique to show that in a set of accounts, I think.
Even though it's a unique situation, or pretty, well, I suppose things can't be just pretty unique, but even though it is a very unusual situation for a company to prosecute its own people, in other words, sub-postmasters, you are saying that you don't think it is likely that it would have had a separate accounting?
I think so, yes.
All right. On a slightly more granular level, there must have somewhere been accounting for those costs within the organisation. It must have existed at some level, do you agree?
Yeah, but probably not in a joined-up way as you described.
Right. So in other words, the individual costs of prosecutions, the number of prosecutions, it must have been known about at some point within the accounting department at...
Yeah, it would probably show in the divisions where that money was taking place. I'm sort of not 100%, but based on what I would imagine, what I know, what I see every day, I would imagine it would show in each cost centre of the individual division that was responsible for that particular piece of activity.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Leighton.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, that's it. So I'm sorry. It's me.
Well, let me thank you, Mr. Leighton, for returning to give evidence before the inquiry. There was unfortunately a long delay between your two appearances, but as I expect you'll have understood, we've been busy hearing from a great number of people, and we couldn't fit you in more quickly than we did. But I'm very grateful to you for coming back and for answering the further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think it would be best to take a 10-minute break now, more time efficient, and then we'll run until lunch. So if I could say we come back at 1:45.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank you very much. I'm going to call Mr. Edwards, please.
yeah.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Can you state your full name, please?
Martin Anthony Edwards.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, you should have in front of you a witness statement.
Yes.
Could I ask you to have a look at that witness statement? Is it dated the 18th of April of this?
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn to the final substantive page, please? That's page 45. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
It is.
And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I believe there's one change that you would like to make to that statement.
Yes.
Can you assist us with what that is?
So, paragraph 23.
Perhaps we could bring it up on the screen. It's WITN 09760100.
So the sentence beginning the reports are referred to.
It's page 8. Paragraph 23. It's about halfway through.
So please could we delete Pol's prosecution process and replace that with the Cartwright-King review? And to explain, at the time of preparing my witness statement, I hadn't seen the Altman advice, and I was relying on a second-hand summary of that advice, which led me to believe the quotes are fundamentally sound, referred to the prosecution process in general. Having now seen the having now seen the Altman advice, I understand he was specifically referring to the Cartwright-King review.
Thank you very much. That statement can come down, and the statement will be uploaded onto the inquiry's website. By way of background, after graduating university, you joined the civil service, is that right?
Yes.
Where you worked for about 11 years?
Yes.
I think you worked in the Treasury, UK Financial Investments, the Home Office and the Scottish Government, is that
Yes.
right? Can you assist us with what grade you reached in the civil service?
It was what was known as a grade 7 in civil service terms, so middle management.
You joined the Post Office in September of 2012, is that right?
Yes.
Did you know anybody at the Post Office when you joined?
No.
I mean, we've heard from, for example, Patrick Burke and Mark Davis. Both of them previously worked in the civil service or as special advisors. You weren't aware of them before?
No, I hadn't dealt with them in my previous life, no.
And in your role at the Post Office, you were Chief of Staff to Paula Venables, is that correct?
Yes.
If we could bring up your witness statement onto screen, please. And if we could start at paragraph 4, you've set out the role that you played, your evidence as the role that you played. Begins at paragraph 4, at about halfway down. You say as follows, you say, a major part of the role involved coordinating and editing numerous briefings, reports and correspondence, either going to Paula Venables, for example, to prepare her for meetings, or being issued from her, such as letters to external stakeholders or updates to the Post Office Board. The substance and technical detail for these documents would typically come from the relevant SMEs, that is, that subject matter experts.
Yes.
For the topic in question. And my role was to edit this information to ensure the end product was suitably clear and succinct for the target audience. If we move on to paragraph 31, which can be found at page 11, you say in broadly similar terms, my role as part of Paula Venables' office was to A, ensure the briefing was provided on time to inform the engagement, B, edit the document to ensure that it covered an appropriate amount of detail, taking into account the target audience's time constraints, and C, make sure that it was clear and succinct When the topic was not entirely familiar to me, I would prepare the draft briefing paper, then send it to the subject matter expert to check that the important messages had been captured correctly and comprehensively in my summary. Turning to paragraph 50. That's page 22. You say, my involvement with the Post Office's preparation for and response to the second site interim report was consistent with the responsibilities of my Chief of Staff role. As noted above, my role was primarily one of a conduit to collate information from the relevant business leads and SMEs, then to synthesize such information into accessible form for Paula Bennells, the board, or other audiences. Moving on to paragraph 99. That's page 44. Again, similarly, I was not the subject matter expert on any particular issue, nor did I have any substantive decision-making accountabilities. So it seems from your statement that your role was principally one of a conduit, that you relied on subject matter experts and that you didn't have decision-making accountabilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Moving now, that can come down, thank you, to the initial months in your post. You became aware of the Computer Weekly interest in matters relating to Horizon quite early on. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, very soon after I joined, I was asked to join Paula in a meeting with James Arbuthnot and Alan Bates for an update on the second site investigation. I think that was within 2 weeks of me joining. So as part of getting ready for that meeting, I was brought up to speed on the issues.
Thank you very much. Sorry, one matter that I forgot to ask you about. After your Chief of Staff position, you moved in 2014 and you became Group Strategy Director. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you have worked in various other roles since then at the Post Office. And you are still employed by the Post Office.
Yes.
And what role do you currently have?
I'm currently Network Strategy and Delivery Director.
Does that involve liaising with sub-postmasters?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to my first document, which is relatively early on in your time at the Post Office. It's a January 2013 email. Could we please turn to poll 00380018? So by this time, you've had a meeting with Second Sight and James Arbuthnot and Alan Bates. And presumably you joined at a time when those kinds of issues, the Horizon issues, were rather prominent in the company.
Yes, they were, yes.
29th of January 2013. This is an email from Mark Davies, Communications Director, and he says as follows. He says, as we move towards a greater degree of coordination around stakeholder engagement and public affairs, we need as a business to work more effectively at bringing together our collective knowledge, particularly in the government space. Were you aware of a greater degree of coordination taking place in the business at this time in respect of the public responses to matters such as Horizon?
I think this email and the driver for it partly related to the Horizon matters, but I think it was broader than that. There were lots of interactions underway with governments at the time, funding negotiations, seeking to win new business from governments, discussions around the future of the network. So I think the drive for greater coordination was across all of those fronts.
And was there a greater centralisation of company messaging?
There was certainly a desire for greater coordination. Lots of different bits of the business might come into contact with governments, and I think there was a desire from the communications team to bring some more coordination to that.
Key to this is a degree of discipline around planning of meetings and coordination of messages at such meetings, being more aware of what meetings are being held and when, will enable us to ensure the right messages are delivered and that we can ensure clarity of messaging. There is real reputational risk at play when we don't have this oversight. It then says further down, alongside this, we're developing more disciplined and coordinated approach to briefing materials, and it sets out who's responsible for that. And then it goes on to say, I will go into more detail on this when I update the executive committee on the wider changes to our communications approach. But as first step, I would be grateful if I could ask your office and your team to ensure that all government and other stakeholder meetings are communicated in advance, that short readouts of all such meetings are sent to those two individuals for appropriate cascade. And this was sent to you, presumably as part of Paula Venables' team at that time.
Yes.
Could we please turn now to poll 3097786? Moving now to March of that year. This is an email from yourself to Mr. Davis. And you say as follows. You say, would be good to have a quick word in the morning about MP handling regarding the Horizon investigation. Paula asked me on Friday morning whether I still thought it was a right call that we should not attend the meeting with Arbuthnot & Co. I said yes on balance, but it might be sensible to get a separate opportunity for her to engage directly with the relevant MPs, given that she was persuasive and convincing in explaining that we're taking this all seriously and are changing the culture of the post office. So there was due to be a meeting of members of Parliament with James Arbuthnot, and the decision had been taken that Paula Venables shouldn't attend that meeting. Is that right?
Yes, as I recall, yeah.
Yes. I said I'd discuss with you, and you say at the bottom, looking at the list, Tessa Munt is obviously a good friend of ours and fan of Paula. I wondered if it was worth Paula speaking to her before the meeting to feed in our side of the story. Although not without risk, so I'm unsure, let's discuss. Now, in this email, you're not synthesizing, you're not gathering the views of subject matter experts. It does seem as though you are playing a role in the advising Paula Venables about her attendance at a meeting. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's a fair summary. Yes, that would be part of the role.
And part of your role, it seems, having been in the civil service, I think you had a fair understanding of members of Parliament, and perhaps that was an area in particular that you considered you were able to advise on.
Yes, probably more so on the government side than the parliamentary side. I think Mark Davies would have more experience on the parliamentary side, but yes, I certainly brought experience of government issues.
So when we read your statement and those passages that I've just been taking you to, where you set out your role, can we add to that you did advise Paula Venables in respect of certain matters?
Yes.
Can we please turn to poll 000987777? If we could start with the bottom email, please. This relates to the handling of second sight before the interim report is published. And this is an email from Ms. Venables to you. And she says as follows, Martin, I wondered if you had any further thoughts on James Arbuthnot. You were looking thoughtful throughout the meeting, although I didn't get the sense you were holding back. You asked some good questions. Can you assist us? What was the meeting that was taking place at this time?
I think the meeting was particularly to discuss, I think it was about this time that the two bugs which were disclosed to the second sight report had been shared with the executive team. As I recall, it was a meeting with the likes of Leslie Saul, Allan Leighton, Mark Davies and Paula. The primary purpose of the meeting, as I recall, was to get more detail on those bugs and understand the detail behind them. But I think the meeting then moved on to the wider progress of the second sight investigation.
And if we scroll up, we can see your response. in the second paragraph, you say, my only other concern at the meeting was around the feasibility of some of the options/levers that we raised. As discussed, we need to think about a plan B, given the likelihood that James won't agree to delay the meeting/report. So at that point in time, there was discussion over whether the interim report itself could be delayed or not published. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, a range of options were raised in that meeting, yes.
We also need to be very careful not to overplay our hand with Second Sight. They could turn out to be quite dangerous if we threaten them with legal action or attempt to replace them with another firm. Easy for this to be portrayed in the media as heavy-handed tactics because we don't like their findings. It plays directly into the existing perceptions that we're trying to counteract. So it seems as though you are also advising Paul of Ennals in relation to media handling.
I mean, less media handling of issues generally. She would sometimes ask for my advice on, yes.
So I think we're stuck with the softer option of explaining to James Arbuthnot calmly but firmly why he cannot allow Second Sight to disseminate a misleading interim report. It either needs to be delayed or repositioned as a very neutral status update with more detail on the one case that has been resolved. He can't allow Second Sight to disseminate a misleading interim report. What was misleading about the interim report?
So we hadn't seen the report at this stage, but the team which were working directly with Second Sight were concerned about the direction it could go. There was the impression conveyed by the team was that there was a risk they might make statements before all of the evidence had been gathered. There was a lot of pressure from parliamentary stakeholders to get a report out before summer recess, and there's a concern that that report wasn't going to be fully evidence-based.
It seems as though you have formed the view, though, in this email, that it was going to be a misleading interim report. If that's the case, where did you form that view from?
So I don't think I hadn't formed that view independently. That was the concern being conveyed by the team working with Second Sight. The team were concerned about that risk, and a range of options have been discussed about how to handle that. I think I was steering the conversation away from some of what felt to be more overly aggressive options.
What was your personal individual knowledge about what the interim report was likely to say?
I was wholly dependent on what the team were briefing us on this. I had no direct insight into the reports.
And who was the team?
So the team closest to it's Susan Crichton, Simon Baker, Leslie Saul, Alban Leighton.
The passages that I took you to in your witness statement earlier about the involvement of subject matter experts, this is you giving advice to Paul of Ennals in relation to handling James Arbuthnot, handling Second Sight. There's no direct involvement here of any subject matter experts, is there?
No, not in this specific email, but it's a follow-on from a meeting with the subject matter experts.
And who would you consider the subject matter experts in relation to the matters being discussed here are?
So I think on the contents of the Second Sight report itself, it was the team who were directly interfacing with them.
And who's that? The names you mentioned?
The names I just mentioned before, yes.
Could we please turn to poll 3098778? Thank you. So very similar time. This is the day after that email exchange. And if we scroll down, we can see that Gareth Jenkins emails Leslie Sewell attaching his witness statement from the earlier Seema Misra case. He says this was heard in Guildford Crown Court in October 2010 and concerned West Byfleet Post Office. Page 14 covers my response to a problem that had been identified in an earlier case, that involving Lee Castleton, which took who took the Post Office to court for unfair dismissal, which he lost. Do you need me to dig out any more on this? I think the key point is that the fact that Horizon did have bugs has been discussed in court, and the Post Office still won the case. If we scroll up to the top, we can see that Leslie Sewell emails a limited number of individuals, Alban Lyons, yourself, and Mr. Davis, on a FYI basis. Why that small number of people? What did you, the three of you, have in common that needed that information drawn to your attention?
So again, I think this was a follow-up to, it was about this time that the two bugs which were disclosed in the second site report, and I think what was known as the Falkirk bug, the earlier bug, had been shared with the executive team, and Leslie in particular was tasked with getting more detail and background on these. I think she reached out to Gareth Jenkins for particularly on the Falkirk bug. So I think this was a follow-up to that action and conversation.
And why to you?
I was part of that group discussing how we respond to the second site reports. I'd been in that earlier meeting, which Paula had asked me to join.
What did you know about Gareth Jenkins at that time?
Nothing at all at that time.
Did you ask Leslie Sewell, who is this? What's this all about?
I don't recall any follow-up conversation to this. I mean, I saw his role description at the bottom of the email, described as a distinguished engineer at Fujitsu, and kind of took it from that he was the relevant experts on this topic.
At this point in time, had you had any discussions with Paula Venables about Gareth Jenkins?
No.
Could we please turn to poll 3098806? This is the same day. The top email is from Mark Davis, again to the small group, and he says, this is massively important. Is there any possibility that all incidents, 14 and 64, those are the two bugs that you've mentioned, have been referenced in court? So Mark Davis seems to have seen it as massively important, possibly because it showed that the Post Office had previously disclosed the existence of a bug in a court case. What did you do to familiarise yourself with those underlying issues?
I don't recall any specific action myself. I think there'd already been the action underway to get more detail about the bugs themselves. And if I recall off the back of this, the legal team were tasked with understanding what had been disclosed previously in court cases. I don't recall seeing a follow-up to that.
There's then a meeting with James Arbuthnot on the 3rd of July, so soon after. I'm just going to begin by taking you to the 2nd of July. Could we please start with poll 00190092? By this stage, you are part of a group who is drafting a briefing for Paula Venables and Annis Perkins, I think in relation to a discussion with James Arbuthnot. Do you remember that brief?
Yes.
Thank you. If we look at the bottom of the page, we can see an email from Susan Crichton to yourself and to Mark Davis as well. And it's sent from, it says, Alwyn and Susan. And they say, Susan and I have pulled this together with help, so it's now over to you to work your magic and send on the final document to Paula, Alice and me tonight. So this is, I think, the day before the meeting with James Arbuthnot. If we scroll up, we can see your first response. And you say as follows. You say, on the prosecution section of the brief, there is a half-finished sentence, see below. What were you planning to say? Was this going to cover the issue around previous convictions? If not, what is our best possible defence against the suggestion that this process had called into question the validity of previous prosecutions? I think we definitely need a line on this. So at this stage, you were aware that there was a concern that had been raised that the second site's findings could potentially call into question the validity of previous prosecutions.
I was aware it was a question which James Buffett had raised in previous meetings with Paula, so it felt necessary to ensure she had a position to take on that.
Not just a position to take, but a defence against that suggestion.
Yes, I mean, informed by... So at this point, we hadn't seen the final report, but the preliminary view from Susan Crichton and the legal team was there was nothing at this stage to expect that it would change the safety of previous convictions.
It then says on the first bullet below, presumably we should add a sentence to state that where it is clear that the Horizon system isn't the issue at stake, we have a duty to protect public money by pursuing appropriate action, and this is why some prosecutions are still happening. Presumably there is some kind of reasonableness test here, i.e. a sub-postmaster can't just get off scot-free by saying it's an Horizon issue irrespective of the circumstances. And then below that it has the section that had been drafted and that had been sent to you. And that reads as follows. Prosecutions. Where cases have been referred to second site via JFSA, these are subject to the immunity agreement. Where we have investigated sub-postmasters since the start of the second site work, and the sub-postmaster has said that the Horizon computer system has been key to the issues that have arisen in the branch, we have not taken action against the sub-postmaster. So the immunity agreement was if a case was lodged with second sites, there would not be a prosecution.
Yes.
And then it continues where the Post Office takes legal action against A, and then, sorry, if we scroll up, that hadn't been completed in the draft that you received, is that right?
Yes, so that was the sentence I was querying with Susan and asking her to complete it.
And then if we scroll up, we can see Susan Crichton saying to yourself and others, Hugh and I are just discussing, we'll get back to you shortly. We can see a continuation of this issue at poll 00190-132. Thank you. Now, we have to be a bit careful reading this email. If we scroll down, the best way to read it is to begin with Susan Crichton's email, which is the final email on the substantive email on the page. And then she has made comments below on the original email. So she says as follows. She says, Martin, following your conversation with Hugh, he and I have discussed and think that this is best wording we can use, see below. The bottom line is that this dialogue and resulting potential publicity could increase the risk of appeals being made against previous convictions. We have no reason to believe that these appeals would be automatically successful. We would have to deal with each on a case-by-case basis. There would be significant cost implications. It's interesting that neither of us can think of one. So it seems though she is outlining there to you that there is an increased risk of appeals, and although they wouldn't be automatically successful, they'd have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, we can see how she has filled in that prosecution section. It now reads, where cases have been referred to second site via JFSA, they are subject to the terms of the immunity agreement, which allows non-MP generated cases to be put before the JFSA and or second site. For criminal prosecutions, we treat each matter on a case-by-case basis with an investigation and legal review, generally involving external lawyers. We have a duty to protect public money and take appropriate action to safeguard such public money. In the event that any person considers that there has been a miscarriage of justice, they have the right to apply to the Court of Appeal to have their conviction reviewed. We can see your response on the first page. You say, thanks both. On the point about current investigations / prosecutions, that's a significant weakening of the reassuring line we discussed earlier. Can we add something along the lines of, since the start of the investigation, we have not pursued action against sub-postmasters where it is apparent that the Horizon system may be involved? Just pausing there, where did you get that information from?
I think it had been conveyed to me by Susan and Hugh.
Second paragraph says, and on past convictions, if pushed, can we say that we're not aware of any cases where we believe an appeal would now result in a different judgment? But clearly we need to take these on a case-by-case basis. Difficult not to say something like this. What research had you undertaken to be able to draft both of those lines?
So these were, as I referred to in the earlier emails, there'd been conversations with Hugh and Susan about the preliminary interpretation of the implications of this. So this wasn't based on personal research, this was based on the messages I'd been given to them earlier.
But the message is below, though, isn't it? The message is from Susan Crichton below. If we scroll down, we can see what she says. She says, the bottom line is that dialogue and resulting publicity could increase the risk of appeals being made against previous convictions. We have no reason to believe those appeals would be automatically successful. We'd have to deal with them on a case-by-case basis. And she has amended the wording with some more balanced and neutral wording over the page. And your comment there, if we scroll up slightly, for example, on the past convictions, can we say that we're not aware of any cases where we believe an appeal would now result in a different judgment? Where did you get that information from? I mean, you've said that you spoke to subject matter experts and that you relied on subject matter experts. Susan Crichton is the subject matter expert. You're proposing amending wording. Where did that come from?
Well, I'm asking her the question. In her covering email, I think if we could scroll back up to it.
Down, I think.
Sorry.
Yes.
I think I took this covering email and the previous dialogue as quite reassuring. She includes the words, we have no reason to believe that those appeals would be automatically successful, and goes on to say it's interesting that neither of us can think of one, which interpreted to mean neither of us can think of grounds for a successful appeal. So that covering email was reassuring, and all of my dialogue with Susan and Hugh, which preceded this email exchange, had been quite reassuring and strong on this point. And it felt that Paula was clearly going to be pushed quite hard on this point in the meeting with James Arbuthnot. So I wanted to, I'm basically asking the team to give us the best line they felt comfortable with.
But you're changing the line that she has provided you with.
I'm asking, can we say what you've said elsewhere and in your covering email?
If we scroll up, we can see you're also communicating thoughts from Mark Davis. You say Mark just raised a similar point with slightly different suggestion on language. And I think, are you quoting below from Mark Davis, or is this?
Yes, I think that text in the darker font is a cut and paste from an email from Mark.
So it seems that Mark Davis had said, do they need an if-pressed line on miscarriages of justice? Nothing has emerged in this report to suggest a wrongful conviction. Cases have been through the judicial process, and we have never relied entirely on Horizon in any court case. Your witness statement refers throughout to reliance on subject matter experts, but it does seem as though we have the head of communications here and the chief of staff drafting quite significant lines to take. Do you agree with that?
I'd agree we're absolutely iterating the lines to take with the subject matter experts. I personally wouldn't have put anything into a brief. I wouldn't have amended something as significant as this in a brief without checking back with the relevant subject matter experts and ensuring they were comfortable with this.
Okay, so
we are,
before the final version is agreed, you would go back to the subject matter expert and consult them and ensure that it's accurate and fair.
yes, absolutely. I mean, all of this, as you can see, is unfolding quite late at night, the day before the meeting, so it's kind of very much happening in real time. But what I'm not doing is unilaterally altering the brief and putting it direct to Paula. I'm iterating it with the input of the legal team.
So Susan Crichton, there being the subject matter expert.
Yes.
And you're relying on her to ensure that the changes you're making are accurate.
Yes, that they are comfortable with the position we're taking.
Thank you.
And to reiterate, I'm not, and any of those suggestions on wording, they're not things which I have invented. They're things which have come either from the preceding emails from Susan or the preceding dialogue.
We can continue this chain. There's a separate chain, I think, with Mr. Davis. Could we please turn to poll 0029740? So this email, the top one, I think, 10:41 at night. So this is a late night discussion. If we could turn to the third page, please, of poll 0029740. Page 3, we have an email from yourself, just above one from Mark Davis. Thank you. So you write here, thanks. Questions/comments below, current draft attached. So far, I've only reworked the summary box, but that's the key section, I think. So we're now at 11 o'clock at night. We have below Mark Davis's email, but again, we'll have to read that a bit carefully because that's his email, but with your comments within it. So if we scroll down, he says, current version is pretty weak. The speaking note needs to be firmer. We want to make clear our position and underline our view that no evidence to support the systemic failures. It should specifically address the BBC point, and I think this is your wording in capitals, is it?
Yes.
At what point should we make? Grateful for some words. A really key point is that we should not guarantee to agree our media lines with James Arbuthnot. If he comes out strongly, as it sounds as though he will, we will have no choice but to come back strongly. So I'm concerned about the line where it talks about agreeing media statements, and you say, so should we remove this altogether? Difficult to ask for his media statement without offering to share ours. He then says there needs to be a line in there about Fujitsu, if there isn't currently. Your response, what line? He says, I think it needs to be upfront in addressing the issue where James Arbuthnot is said to be angry at the prosecutions and the new evidence. On training, we need to be very careful about language. The current version is too loose. This is your point about not leaving any glimmer, which suggests that cases might need to be reopened. So he says this is your point about not leaving any glimmer, which suggests that cases might need to be reopened. What was your point there about not leaving a glimmer?
I mean, I don't recall specifically saying that, but I guess the general concern at the time, this was clearly a major question for James Arbuthnot. He had raised the question of past convictions. The emerging advice we were getting from the legal team at the time was, as we've seen, that they didn't see grounds for, yes, there may be more appeals, but they didn't see grounds for necessarily successful appeals. And I guess what we're anxious to do is to avoid raising expectations externally on the basis of the interim report hadn't even been published yet. So it's about managing expectations.
Not leaving a glimmer, it is about managing expectations, is it?
Managing expectations on the basis of the evidence we had at that point and the emerging interpretation of what that evidence meant.
And he says, so we need to acknowledge that training can always be improved rather than our training must be improved, important difference, and need to follow that with further statement that there's no evidence of systemic failures. The brief needs to make clear that none of the 14 or the 62, those are the two bugs mentioned in the interim report, impact on the spot reviews in the interim report and are therefore not relevant to the interim report. We shouldn't call the user group a Horizon user group. Makes it appear we are acknowledging issue with Horizon. Branch management user group, and you suggest, can we call it an Horizon support user group? So you're there discussing how to rename the group so that it didn't sound like it affected the computer system. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you send final version to me before it goes wider so I can go through one more time? We'll look back on notes to see what missed. Overall, it didn't feel to me that it captured Alice's views, and I think she was right to be so clear. It may be worth setting out 3 overall rocks for the 2 of them to return to. The first rock being there's no evidence in the interim report to suggest any systemic failures. Second, this is a system which deals with 6 million transactions a day or more than 40 million a week, etc. We must be satisfied that when the report is released, it truly reflects the position the post office business is too important to too many people for faith to be questioned unfairly. Another point which needs bringing out is the public money point. And then a further paragraph, and this is the kinds of figures that we've seen in a number of lines over the years, many convictions over what period compared with what number of transactions in 11,800 branches, etc. If we scroll back up now to the previous page, in fact, if we start on the second page, Mr. Davis has seen a further rewrite from yourself. We're now at 11:38 at night. He says, I think the main body, we really need to emphasise more that there's no connection between the 14 and the 64 and the spot reviews. Is that possibly to prosecution, so no link to the prosecutions?
I think so, yes.
Do they need an if-press line on miscarriage of justice? Nothing has emerged in this report to suggest a wrongful conviction. Cases have been through the judicial process, and we've never relied entirely on Horizon in any court case. That's the comment I think that you made in the other chain, isn't it?
Yes.
I'd like to use the bit at the bottom of my email, reproduced here for ease of reading, and his repeated. And if we scroll down, there's another email from him that was slightly earlier. Could we please now turn to page 1? And the bottom email there is from yourself. You say, many thanks, I will integrate your language below, which is spot on. Exchanging phone calls / emails with Susan and Hugh to try and pin them down on the prosecution's point. I agree, we need something fairly clear if pressed on miscarriages of justice. The whole brief needs rewriting, infuriating. And if you scroll up, we can see there's a discussion about whether you're doing it now. Sorry, if we scroll down slightly. Mark Davis emails you to say, are you doing it now? It doesn't seem right. I'm happy to have a go if you prefer. So this is almost at midnight. The two of you are together rewording it. And your response, sorry, just saw this, not ignoring you. Yes, I'm doing it now. You're after midnight now. It's 12:17. Not right that either of us should have to rewrite so significantly at this time of night. So it seems as though between the two of you, you are significantly rewriting the wording that was sent to you by the subject matter experts. Is that a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yes.
As it happened on this particular day, the inquiry has seen evidence. I don't need to take you to it. The reference is Pol 003800985. This was the day where there is another email distribution relating to non-emotive language for the use of bugs, and the response from Ms. Venables is exception or anomaly. Do you recall that exchange?
I do, having seen it come up in other hearings, yes.
Yes, and you were a recipient of that email?
Yes.
So quite a lot is going on this particular day before the James Arbuthnot meeting.
There is, yes.
Could we please turn to Pol 001458089? Did you sleep at all that night? It seems as though it was a particularly late night.
It was a late night, yes.
Because I think the actual final lines were circulated quite early. In fact, if we look at Pol 001458089 and we look at page 2, we can see that you send it through at 2:04 in the morning. Alice, Paula, with many thanks to Susan, Alwyn, Mark, and everyone else involved, here's the briefing note for the meeting with James Arbuthnot. And if we scroll down, we can see the speaking notes. So that it's been sent in a Word document, but also a PDF, and it's copied below, brief for meeting with James Arbuthnot, 3rd of July. If we scroll down, we see speaking notes. If we carry on down to the 3rd page, 4th page even, we see there's a section on current prosecutions. There we go. I'm just going to read a few passages out from that briefing. So this is the final version that's sent to Paula Venables. Current prosecution. Since the start of the second site investigation, we have not pursued a criminal conviction which relies solely on Horizon computer system evidence. We have also put on hold civil recovery proceedings in certain cases while we wait for the final report. As you know, we have prepared an immunity agreement with the JFSA to provide reassurance to sub-postmasters thinking of submitting evidence to the process. So those are the kinds of lines that we saw earlier in that earlier draft about the immunity agreement. But in cases where it's clear that the Horizon system isn't an issue, we have a duty to take appropriate action to safeguard public money. For criminal prosecutions, we treat each matter on a case-by-case basis with a detailed investigation and legal review, generally involving external lawyers. And then there's a section on historical convictions. And it's this passage, I think, that formed the final version of what was being discussed. It says, nothing has emerged from the interim findings given to us by Second Sight which would point to specific convictions being unsafe. Cases have been through the judicial process, and the court considers all relevant evidence, not just that relating to the Horizon computer system. In the event that any person considers that there's been a miscarriage of justice, they have the right to apply to the Court of Appeal to have their conviction reviewed. Over the page, we have a heading system exception, so that is in line with that email correspondence about, we see here exceptions and then in brackets anomalies. Under the current Horizon system, we know of 2 of them. A key point to note is that in both cases, our processes picked up these issues, appropriate remedial action has been taken, and they did not lead to any disciplinary action against affected sub-postmasters. Absolutely no reason to believe this means there are other undiscovered issues. Could we please turn to the first page? And if we scroll down to the middle email, please. Paula Venables has thanked you for it. And you say, I think sharing with BIS, that's the Department for Business, would be helpful. I know they would certainly appreciate it. I'll just reread to check for any issues which could be misinterpreted or unhelpful to our position. But otherwise I'll forward, unless anyone objects. Just pausing there, unhelpful to our position. The Department for Business were your sole shareholder. What might it be that would be unhelpful to your position?
I mean, I'm not sure. I think I was making the... Paul had suggested that we forward it on to the BIS team. I'm not sure I was referring to any specific risks. I think I was just conscious this is a brief which should have been prepared for an internal audience rather than the BIS audience. Kind of obviously, I want to check it was also suitable for the BIS audience. The types of issues which, I mean, there were concerns at the time around the progress of the investigation, how long it had taken, how long it was going to take going forwards, the costs involved. So I think I would have wanted to check that everything that was in the brief was consistent with what we had briefed the BIS team on, or was there anything in particular which we need to explain to them.
But what was the position? Why might it be unhelpful to your position? Did you have a particular position in respect of the Department for Business?
I'm not sure what I was referring to specifically there. I think it was the whole conduct of the investigation, what we had found from it so far, what the next steps were.
You then say that you'll send it to the Executive Committee on behalf of Paula. Now could we turn to the top email, please? This is a response from Susan Crichton, and she says, "Hi there. So I've not read the reworked document. Are you happy that there are no hostages to fortune? We shouldn't send Rod's note as there is updating required." So earlier your evidence was that you would have consulted with the subject matter experts before finalising. It's clear here the lawyer, who is to some extent a subject matter expert, hasn't in fact read the briefing. It's been drafted very late at night between yourself and the head of communications and sent to the CEO, potentially going to the Department for Business and the Executive Committee. That's problematic, isn't it?
I mean, I think it's fair to say clearly the whole last-minute construction of this brief was very far from ideal. It's not the right way to be constructing briefs on such important topics. What you saw in the early email exchange was the iteration of specific topics. I know alongside the email exchange, there were also telephone calls, and I think I referred to them in my email, particularly with Hugh. And I think we saw in the final briefing that the wording particularly on past prosecutions, had evolved from the suggestions stroke questions in my email exchange. So I can't recall the exact sequence, but I think there clearly had been iteration and input from a combination of Susan and Hugh. So I would completely admit this was a far from ideal way of constructing a brief and getting it properly signed off. It was far too last minute, but they had been involved in the process.
It's not just the timing, though, is it? It's the people as well. I mean, in your witness statement, you've been very careful to set out that you were a conduit, that you edited things for clarity. But here we have, late at night, between yourself and the head of communications, a significant reworking of a briefing. And it's very clear here that it hadn't been seen by the subject matter expert, the final version. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, she clearly hadn't reread the whole reworked document.
Are we to read into your witness statement an additional line that is that your role also involved deep involvement in briefing Paula Venables in relation to matters affecting the Horizon system?
So I was absolutely at points in time involved in pulling together and editing briefs which went to Paula on the Horizon system. I don't believe, whilst it involved a significant rewrite, I think a lot of that would have been around how the brief was structured, the clarity of the messaging, how the key points were highlighted in the brief. I don't believe I would have been unilaterally changing the substance of what was contained in the brief without that being signed off by the subject matter experts.
But we saw the communications with Mark Davis, complaints about how weak it was in certain points, needs to be firmer. You were strengthening up the wording, weren't you? Not just making it clearer, but also strengthening it and
I mean, yes, there was clearly
nuance.
yes, there was. I mean, there was clearly some substantial input from Mark on the wording.
Mark and yourself.
I'm holding. Yes, I mean, I'm holding the pen on the overall brief. I think a lot of the specific wording changes came from Mark.
And would you describe Mark as a subject matter expert?
Clearly not on legal affairs and IT affairs. Yeah.
And was it appropriate for somebody with expertise in communications to be so heavily involved in drafting such a brief?
I think it was appropriate for the communications director to be involved in the iteration of the brief. It wouldn't be appropriate for the communications director to fundamentally change the message of the brief without the subject matter experts being comfortable with that.
I'm going to move on to second sight and the report and the response. Could we please turn to poll 000999021, please? We're now on the 5th of July. If we could turn to the second page. Paula Venables has circulated a brief email to update the recipients on where we are on the second site investigation. And if we turn to the first page, you have drafted, presumably from what she sent you, but also from discussions. If we scroll up to the top, a suggested draft email to the board. Do you recall how you came about drafting this email to the board?
Well, I mean, it was consistent with part of my role would be to draft correspondence on behalf of Paula. I think it would have been the synthesis of conversations with her and with others with the team working on this, and it was kind of putting that together into a draft.
You say there, obviously the points about the Ombudsman and past prosecutions could set hairs running, but equally we probably do need to register these issues with the board at this stage. Obviously feel free to change or expand the drafting. What did you mean by set hairs running?
I assume what I meant at this point, I'm not sure there'd been much conversation with the board about the implications of the second site report for past prosecutions. And I think what the email's raising possibly for the first time is it could result in more appeals being made. So it's kind of recognising that may be new news or going further than some of the previous briefings to the board.
Are the hairs running from the board? So is the suggestion that it could get the board asking questions about past prosecutions? And that was something of concern?
Yes, I mean, I think it must have meant, I think I was absolutely referring to the potential reaction of the board.
And why would that be of a concern?
So why would what be a concern?
Isn't the board's purpose to ask questions, to scrutinise? What would be wrong with setting hairs running at board level in relation to past prosecutions?
I don't think I'm saying there's anything wrong with them asking questions. I think clearly that would be their role too. I think I'm just highlighting that this, as I understood it, was perhaps going further than Paula had briefed the board on previously. So, be aware this may well provoke questions. I don't think I was suggesting there was anything inappropriate about that.
It doesn't set the hairs running suggest some sort of negative implication. Things that shouldn't be taking place.
I don't think I would have. No, I don't think that's what I meant by that phrase. I don't think I'd be suggesting it was being appropriate for the board to be asking questions about that. Not at all.
If we could scroll down, please, we can have a look at the penultimate bullet point. So this is a draft brief to the board. It says as follows: one of the main reputational and potentially financial risks arising from the review relates to possible attempts to reopen past prosecutions based on the findings. James Arbuthnot was certainly focused on this point. Susan and the legal team are working with our external lawyers to consider whether there are any implications arising from the report for past cases, and we can provide a further update on this work next week. This is, in particular, the paragraph that you were concerned about setting hairs running, was it?
Yes, as I say, I think this was probably going further than had been briefed to the board previously.
One of the main reputational and potentially financial risks. How about human impact on individuals' lives, possible attempts to reopen past prosecutions? I mean, might it have been an impact for the board that people have been wrongly prosecuted?
Absolutely, and clearly in hindsight and everything we know now, that absolutely should have been the top concern. At the time, the view of the business wasn't that the previous prosecutions had been unsound.
But that's what James Arbuthnot was saying, wasn't he? He was concerned about actual humans, individuals being prosecuted and having been prosecuted when they should not have been.
Yes, I think it's completely fair to say this email reflects the mindset of the business at the time, and there clearly wasn't enough focus on the actual safety of those prosecutions and the human impact.
The second half of that sentence, of that paragraph, Susan and the legal team are working with our external lawyers to consider whether there are any implications arising from the report for past cases. So we're here at the 5th of July. You were aware that Susan Crichton was working with an external law firm to consider the implications. Is that right?
Yes.
The second site report itself was dated the 8th of July. Let's have a look at that day. Could we please turn to Pol 00381077? And could we start by looking at the bottom email on that page, please? So the head of public relations has emailed about the BBC News. So this is on the day of the second site's publication. Just to let you know that the BBC News has carried a news in brief piece with accompanying branch footage, which lasted about 20 seconds, ran along the lines of around 100 sub-postmasters are embroiled in a bitter dispute with the Post Office over a computer system they claim is losing them money every year. Not ideal, but probably the next best thing to nothing appearing at all. We'll circulate the clip once we receive it. Nothing on BBC Online yet. Expecting 2 human interest style regional TV pieces from BBC Look North and BBC Look South. You respond to say, hi, assume, this is to Mark Davis, assume you've seen completely erroneous headline on BBC website and are onto them. Can you recall what the headline was at all?
I think it was along the lines of what Nina Arnott quotes in her email.
If we scroll down let's have a look at that. And what's wrong with that?
I think the specific bit I was reacting to was the end of that statement, that the computer system is losing their money every year. So I think the bit which felt to me at the time a misrepresentation of the position, a misrepresentation of the allegations being made against Horizon was it'd been changed from a historical issue to there's ongoing problems with the computer system, and that's losing postmasters money every year. Now, in hindsight, we might give more credence to that, but at the time, that felt a very different representation to the allegations we're dealing with.
But all it's saying is that they claim, 100 people are claiming that it is losing the money every year. It's not presenting it as fact, is it?
No, but I think I was very conscious of, we're all very conscious of what impact headlines could have on postmaster confidence, public confidence, client confidence in the computer system. And I think we all knew it was quite easy for headlines to undermine confidence in possibly an unfair way.
If we scroll up, Mark Davis says, hugely yes. And your response is, thought you would be arseholes. Who are the arseholes?
I'm referring to the BBC coverage there.
Was it part of your job to seek to control the narrative of the press?
No, I mean not specifically. That was Mark's job. I think very limited numbers of occasions where I would comment on this, but this came to my attention as I describe it. The reaction I had at the time is it felt like it was whilst it was entirely appropriate for the BBC to be reporting on the allegations against Horizon, it felt like it had misrepresented it and turned it into a different story which had far greater ongoing implications for the safety of Horizon. So I was reacting emotionally to that and issuing what's probably a bit of an uncharacteristic email for me.
But again, we saw that brief to the board in which you described some sort of corporate mindset. Is this another display of that corporate mindset at the time, an us versus them attitude?
The mindset I was referring to earlier was there was absolutely a mindset that clearly a strong conviction at the time in the integrity of Horizon. That was the mindset I was referring to. I don't think at that point of that, as I say, I was reacting to a specific aspect of that headline.
It's quite a strong reaction to have to something that simply states an allegation from sub-postmasters, isn't it?
It is a strong reaction. It's clearly one of those emails you regret. I think it was an over-the-top reaction.
But does it display something wider than just your own personal reaction, a corporate reaction to a BBC report?
As I say, I don't think it does at the time, and maybe this is unfounded, but at the time there was a lot of concern around what would allegations and headlines about Horizon undermine wider public confidence in the system. At the time, the financial crisis was still recent memory. We all know media headlines provoked and undermined public confidence in systems back then. So that type of experience was front of mind, and we were concerned about what impact media statements could have on the wider market position of Post Office. In hindsight, I agree, it was an overreaction, but I think what it represents was anxiety around what statements around Horizon could have for wider client and customer confidence and postmaster confidence in Horizon.
Just customer confidence or potential flotation business interests?
I wasn't drawing any link whatsoever to the Royal Mail flotation. That absolutely wasn't in my mind at the time.
in terms of timing, that was the 8th of July. 15th of July was the date we know of the Simon Clark advice. You also mentioned in your briefing to the board about Susan Crichton meeting with lawyers. She's given us evidence on that. She said that there was a meeting on the 3rd of July. There was also a meeting on the 10th of July addressing the Gareth Jenkins issue. At this stage, were you aware of the Gareth Jenkins issue?
No, I wasn't.
Could we please look at the final document before the lunch break, poll 00297915. Page 3, please. If we scroll down, sorry, page 3, over the page, please. The bottom email of page 3. Thank you. A solicitor, Rosie Gaisford from Bond Dickinson, has emailed you, and she says as follows: a letter from the Criminal Cases Review Commission dated the 12th of July 2013, addressed to Paula Venables, is attached above. We have drafted a holding response to the CCRC's letter to be sent out tomorrow morning. The holding response is currently in Paula's name. Are you happy for this to be sent out in Paula's name, or would you rather it was sent out in your name, Susan Crichton's name, or in the name of another individual? A substantive response has also been drafted on the CCRC's letter. Once this substantive response has been discussed with Brian Altman QC, a leading criminal barrister and former Treasury Counsel, it will be sent out by the end of the week. And if we look above, it says it's a response from you, and you say, thanks, Rosie. I think both this and the substantive response should come from Susan. Did you discuss this with Paula Venables?
I mean, I think at the time Paula had already given a steer to Susan that it should come from her, so I was conscious of that. As you see in the next sentence, I asked Susan if she'd give her the opportunity to disagree with that view.
It isn't every day that the Criminal Cases Review Commission writes to the CEO of a company. What kind of discussions did you have with Paula Venables about the CCRC's interest at that time?
I don't recall any conversations with Paula on this.
None at all?
No.
Would you have discussed with her who should send the letter?
As I say, I was aware. I think she had already, what I had already seen was if I recall correctly, she had forwarded on the original letter to Susan and asked her to respond. So I'd kind of was conscious she had already given that steer.
Were you aware of Mr. Clark's advice or concerns about the use of Gareth Jenkins at that time?
No, I wasn't.
You were aware that Susan Crichton was liaising with external lawyers during that period, and the brief to the board said something along the lines of, we can provide a further update on this work next week. That was the 5th of July. What investigations or inquiries did you make into the discussions that Susan Crichton was having?
I think the next step in the chronology, and we might come on to this, if I recall correctly, there was then a broader board update note prepared, I think on the 26th of July, which included updates on all of the work streams related to this matter, including where Susan had got to with the external lawyers. So I think that was the next step, and that was based on input from Susan and a number of others.
And did that refer to, for example, Mr. Jenkins?
No, it didn't.
And who drafted that brief?
So it's another document which I coordinated. I held the pen on it, but it was based on input from Susan on the legal side, Alwyn, I think the network side on the branch improvement work stream. It was based on input from a number of different work stream leads across the business.
Thank you. So that may be an appropriate moment to take our lunch break.
Yeah,
Could we come back at 10 to 2, please?
yeah, certainly.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Edwards, before the break, you mentioned the board briefing of the 26th of July. I'm just going to bring that up onto screen so that we can confirm that this is the document that you were talking about. It's poll 406590. Is this the document you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
Were you involved in the drafting of this document?
I was, yes. I kind of coordinated the preparation of this.
Is it at this point in time where there seems to be a movement towards restricting the involvement of second sight or limiting their involvement going forwards?
I think the discussion around second sight's ongoing role had probably been iterating for a number of weeks leading up to this and beyond it. So I'm not sure it was particularly the development of this report. So I think it was about this time.
That individuals' thoughts are gathering as to the future for second sight and limiting their input.
The question I recall at the time was there was clearly a cohort of cases which had been submitted as part of the first phase of the second sight investigation. I think it was about 47. And I think the debate is, do they just focus on them? Is there a role beyond that? So those were the types of questions being raised.
I think in your document pack there's a reference to just keeping it at 47. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that being a suggestion from some of the business.
Thank you. That can come down. I'm going to move to a different topic, and that is the flotation prospectus. I think you said that you weren't involved in the flotation of Royal Mail itself.
Not itself, but I mean, as I'm sure we'll come on to, I was involved at one point in providing some comments on specific references to Post Office in the prospectus.
Could we please turn to UKGI 401916? If we look at the second email on the page, it's an email from Mr. Davis to yourself, to Will Gibson at Shex, and he says, just want to touch base on prospectus, which I know you've talked to Susan about. Royal Mail described it to me as a BIS document, that's Department for Business document, but I think you don't share that view. Anyway, the unvarnished risk section is very problematic. It highlights all the risks which NFSP and others claim, and therefore supports the campaign. I don't suggest such risks should not be discussed, but it does so badly without mitigation and is poorly drafted in places, specifically on Horizon. And then if we scroll up, thank you. Mr. Gibson has responded. You're copied into this correspondence. And he says, hi, Mark, I share your concerns, and we've gone back to Royal Mail on them. I sent the comments we sent over to Susan, so feel free to have a look. The Royal Mail suggestion, it's our document, is nonsense. Slaughters are holding the pen, and Royal Mail directors are responsible for it. That said, we can certainly influence its drafting, as I'd be keen to ensure in this case. So the complaint there from Mr. Davis, if we scroll down, is about the risk section. We can then see what happens to that risk section. Could we please turn to poll 00381531? Now, there is an email from Mark Davis on the second page to Paula Vemmels, and she has inserted some words in capitals. So if we scroll up slightly, we can see her response. It's a little bit more, thank you. So she's responded to Mr. Davis and said, Mark, thank you, this is very helpful. I've made some comments below in caps. NB, if someone can show me how to change the colour, that'd be far more effective. If we scroll down, we can see Mr. Davis's email to Paula Venables and also her response. And it's the bottom of that page that I'd just like to take you to. He says, RMG prospectus, we are working with legal on this. The section on risks is very problematic for Post Office. The PR team are across it, and I've asked Mike to also work on it from his perspective. And then that's the response from Paula Venables in capitals, am aware, thanks. What was the purpose of the prospectus?
So it was clearly Royal Mail's documents to inform prospective buyers for their shares.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 002999534? And if we could start on the second page, please. So this is your involvement. If we look at the bottom of page 2. An email from Tim McInnes from Shex. He says, Martin, and that's a reference to you, can you let me know the time/status of Post Office's most recent conversations with Royal Mail on the prospectus? We think someone on the other side might be saying that the Post Office has signed off, and to bat this away, which we will, it would be useful to understand comms channels and what has been said/agreed. And further to our chat a few minutes ago, it would be good if you can leave this with us for the moment. We will keep you updated on progress in real time, but there are some weapons we want to keep in the arsenal and only use if they're absolutely necessary. We have a couple of avenues to try still, so let's see where we get to with those. Why is Tim McInnes contacting you specifically?
Part of my role as Chief of Staff, and I think I referred to this in my witness statement, was to be part of an informal line of communication into the Shex and Biz teams. So they were in contact with lots of people in the Post Office, but if they weren't sure where to go, they could pick up the phone to me and I could help them out and direct them to the right place. So that was part of my role.
Were there others assigned to that role, or was that a role that you specifically held?
I'd say the comms team had primary accountability for government relations. I think my role was particularly to help be that an additional line of communication into the Biz and Shex teams.
Because it's not just communications that you need that relationship with Shex, it's also because they have a seat on the board and there is a direct line of accountability of some sort, isn't there?
Yes, yeah, clearly had interests across the full span of the business.
If we scroll up, the response from yourself, Tim, the only other channel of communication with Royal Mail on the prospectus has been between our legal team, Susan and Hugh, who I've copied, and lawyer at Slaughters. Hugh can confirm, but as far as I'm aware, the last communication with them was 1 to 2 weeks ago and focused on narrower points of legal/factual detail rather than reputational/PR issues that I flagged to you. What were those issues that you had flagged?
I think the context for this, there was a huge amount of anxiety at the time about the separation of Royal Mail and Post Office, a lot of anxiety from the network, from the NFSP, from the CW about what repercussions this would have for the long-term relationship between Post Office and Royal Mail. And so I think that the particular concerns were, as you'd expect in a risk statement, there were lots of quite extensive description of risks about the relationship between Post Office and Royal Mail, raising the possibility that relationship could break, raising risks about our operational dependability. And I think our concern was, whilst we recognised prospectus by definition needs to be clear to investors about prospective risks, we were concerned that without the right context, that would kind of play into some of these anxieties of the network about what impact separation would have.
But of course, a risk section in a prospectus has to be absolutely accurate about the risks that the company faces.
Yes, yeah, and obviously what we're trying to find the right balance here is factual description of risks, but making sure they're understood in the right context.
Thank you. Could we turn to the first page, please? bottom of the first page. You email Susan Crichton and Hugh Flemington. Would you be able to ask Slaughters to send across the latest extracts on the Post Office from the prospectus, please? Just spoke to Will G for an update from their perspective. He said the main sticking point was the sentence on Horizon/second site in the IT risks section, which they're still pushing to have removed, but are facing some resistance. I asked if that meant the other issues have been resolved on MDA language, etc. What was MDA language?
MDA, that was the Master Distribution Agreement. So that was the long-term agreement between Post Office and Royal Mail. So that governed our ongoing relationship post-separation.
He said he didn't think that there was any pushback there, but wasn't able to confirm whether or not our comments have been taken on board. He said he would do some digging, but it might be quicker just to get hold of the latest language direct from Slaughters. So at this point, there were two issues principally with the prospectus. One of them was about language relating to Horizon/second site, and the other was on the MDA language. Is that right?
Yes, the MDA language, that broader ongoing relationship between Post Office and Royal Mail.
The response from Susan Crichton, we can't go direct to Slaughters. They will have to ask RMG to approve, giving us the information. So I will ask Royal Mail. But as I understand it, the Horizon IT reference was taken directly from our press release. And you say, thanks, Susan. Looks like none of our changes have been taken on board. Susan Crichton responds, so are you going back to Biz? Not sure our protesting about this will make any difference. And you say, yes, I'll pick up with Biz and keep you posted. Could we please turn to UKGI 402065? If we scroll down slightly, an email from Mr. McInnes to Mr. Gibson at Checks and also to yourself. He says, Will Martin, see below an extract from an email just received from Freshfields related to the Horizon disclosure. Martin, I want to wait till the fat lady to sing, but it looks like you managed to make more progress, or rather progress, than we could at this end. Many thanks for taking the baton. And the extract from the email is, the Horizon language is still in the draft, but I spoke to Alex Dunn just now, and he says that all of the Horizon disclosure will be taken out today, which is good news. And if we scroll up, we can see your response. Thanks, Tim. That's very good to hear. We intervened with John M. last night. Is that John Millage?
Yes, I believe so.
And he was the company secretary of Royal Mail.
Yes.
Last night, and he said he would pick this up with the team. Now we can see how that occurred, and I'm going to take you to correspondence between Paula Venables and Mr. Millage that is referred to there. Could we please turn to poll 001464662? And could we start at the bottom of page 2, please? Thank you. So this is a Friday night email from Ms. Venables to Mr. Millage. And she says, hi, John. I realise this is ridiculously late, and for that, my sincere apologies. However, I have just seen an email that our team in Biz appear to have hit a brick wall on this particular paragraph in the prospectus. And I'm told it has to be lodged with UKLA by 8 a.m. on Monday. And this is the passage that has been objected to from the prospectus. In July 2013, an interim report was published into alleged problems with Post Office's Horizon computer system, which is used to record transactions in its branch network. The report confirms that no system-wide problems have been found in relation to the Horizon software, but suggests that the Post Office should examine its support and training processes for sub-postmasters. That was accurate as a statement, wasn't it?
Yes, I think the statement itself was accurate, and as we saw in the early exchanges, I think it had been lifted from a Post Office press notice.
And Ms. Venel says below, our challenge is that this is not a risk to Royal Mail, and it is particularly misleading in the IT risks section. As your paragraph states, the findings of the interim report related to sub-postmaster training and support, not IT faults. Do you agree with that fine distinction?
I mean, yes, we didn't see this as a risk to Royal Mail at that point, and as described in the email, the key finding from the second site interim report was around postmaster training and support. We didn't at that point see it as a IT system. It was the broader process of support and training. So yes, it felt like that was the right summing up in Paula's email.
So in your view, the second site report was not addressing IT issues, it was relating simply to the sub-postmaster training and support?
No, it clearly addressed both, but the major finding, the major focus was particularly around training and support.
And was that training and support generally, or training and support in relation to the Horizon system?
In relation to use of the Horizon system, yes.
And therefore, is it inappropriate for that to have been included in a section under IT?
I think it was felt to be inappropriate in a section on Royal Mail IT risks. That felt like a kind of inappropriate place to be talking about this risk.
We can read here the feeling that it's inappropriate as expressed by Ms. Reynolds, but what is your personal view? Is there an issue with what was in a press line relating to the second site report, which was an investigation into the Horizon IT system, being in a section in a prospectus under the IT section?
I think I would agree with the assessment that repeating language about the findings of the second site reports in a section on Royal Mail IT risks doesn't accurately describe the nature of that risk. So it does feel to me like a fair concern.
Was it a risk? The matters that were identified by second site, were they a risk more broadly to the Royal Mail?
Not as we understood them to be at the time, no.
So they are not risks that would have affected the Royal Mail Group?
We didn't perceive them to be. I think clearly the chief concern at this stage was reputational risks for Post Office.
It says, can you get this paragraph removed? Alice had offered to contact Donald if necessary, but I don't want to disturb her this weekend. So sorry to bother you with this, and I recognise that the paragraph makes it clear there isn't an IT fault, but it's present in an IT risk section potentially opens up a sensitive and politically high-profile situation. How would the inclusion of a line that is in a press, your own press line, potentially open up a sensitive and politically high-profile situation?
I think our feeling was the second site reports had been published. We had published our response to that second site report. All of that had been disclosed. Re-airing that particular information in the context of a Royal Mail prospectus and a section talking about Royal Mail IT risks. Clearly the concern was that, yes, it was kind of raising attention to that issue, and again, in the wrong context, and that was causing us some anxiety.
If we scroll up on page 2, we can see Mr. Milliger's response. I thought that this risk only repeated the press release and that your team were okay with it. Evidently not. So let me check with the team. I'll get back to you. And if we scroll up, Ms. Fennell says, it is just odd, therefore, that it features in an IT risk section. If we continue scrolling up, please. The response from Mr. Millage if we scroll up to the bottom of the next page, yes, sorry, it's just there. At the bottom of this page, and that is the point I've just raised with the team, may be better under contract. So Mr. Millage is saying, okay, I get the point about it not going under IT. It should maybe be better under the contract section. Is that how you understand his email to suggest?
Yes.
And then Ms. Fennell says, no, John, the request is to remove it. It's not a Royal Mail contracts risk either. And then if we scroll up above, he says, okay, I think we should be able to remove, but I will need to confirm on Monday. And then if we look at the top email, Paula Venables to Alice Perkins, not sure how much you want keeping in the loop, but hoping it goes through. I've earned my keep on this one. Unusually, Biz misjudged it. They were unable to get the changes through and seemed to be unclear on how much time we had before the deadline. So we were told our luck and time had run out on Friday. Read bottom up. I hope it is now resolved. This seems to suggest quite a lot of micromanaging of information relating to the second site report. Would you agree with that?
I think I'd agree it reflects a high degree of anxiety about that information being recirculated what we felt to be out of context and clearly an extraordinarily high profile context. So yes, I think it reflects a high degree of anxiety about that.
And we saw before lunch your comment on the BBC article and their report on the interim report. Similar approach here, trying to clamp down on references to the second site's report and their findings. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I'd quite agree with that characterisation. As we discussed before lunch, the concern about that report wasn't reference to the second site report. It was the way it had been described to be an ongoing problem of Horizon. That was the specific concern here. We had published the second site report. We'd published our response to it. So I don't think it was an issue per se with that being in the public domain. I think it was an anxiety about how that information might be represented in the wrong context.
Could we please look at poll 002-99935? This is an email from yourself, the 25th of September. You're emailing Mark Davis and others, and you say, Mark, Ruth and team, here is the latest and I understand final draft of the Post Office extracts from the Royal Mail prospectus. It's certainly much better than it was, and we managed to get the sentences on the second site review deleted. But the risk section is still inevitably negative in tone, whilst the standard audience for such documents, i.e. investors, would expect this and not take it out of context. Clearly, journalists and unions may seek to misuse it. So I guess over to you guys to work with Biz and Royal Mail Communications on the defensive lines. Let me know if there's anything to do to help. I've asked Biz to see if they can get hold of wider marketing materials for the IPO, which will hopefully include some more positive statements on the Post Office Royal Mail relationship, but probably worth asking your counterparts in Royal Mail too, as they may be a quicker route. So significant efforts have been put into getting the second site review deleted from that report. Do you consider the actions that took place in relation to that prospectus to have been appropriate?
I think they do clearly reflect a very high degree of anxiety around the positioning of the second site report and how that was reflected. But as we see in this email, they also reflect broader anxiety about the whole separation process, which, I mean, this was one of the most seismic events to impact the Post Office in its history. So the whole process of Royal Mail separation and privatisation was intensely sensitive to the business.
It's editing a section on risks to investors. Surely it has been shown to be quite right that it is and was a very significant risk to investors. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure, to be honest, whether even in hindsight, this whole affair has represented a risk to Royal Mail per se. I'm not sure. I don't feel well placed to qualify on that. That wasn't my understanding.
In relation to the Post Office, though, it's been a significant risk. Would you agree with that?
It's clearly been a monumental risk to the Post Office, yes.
Just so that I can understand this, Mr. Edwards, in the emails that we've been going through, especially from Ms. Venables, as I read them at least, she was making it clear that the risk was to the Post Office. It was a Post Office risk, not a Royal Mail risk. And that was at least one of the reasons which was motivating her to ask that the risk be removed. Have I got that right?
Yes, I think that's absolutely correct, sir. Yeah, that was the key concern. We understood it to be a risk to the Post Office. It wasn't necessarily a risk to Royal Mail, which is why it felt inappropriate to be in a Royal Mail prospectus.
I mean, that debate about whether it should be under IT risks or contract risks, the point is made explicitly. It's not a risk to you, in effect. It's a risk to us.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So from your personal perspective at the time, were you looking at this as a risk to Post Office alone, or were you thinking that there may be wider implications with there being a risk to Royal Mail?
I think I and everyone working on this was very much focused on the risk to Post Office. I really don't think the driver for this wasn't concerns around Royal Mail per se. We're very much looking to protect Post Office's reputation on the range of issues raised by separation.
And so that I'm not, because I don't claim to have any expertise in what happens when companies separate, but the actual separation had taken place a year before, had it not?
In terms of corporate separation, I'm not quite sure when corporately the two companies separated. I think you may be right, and then obviously operationally it was an ongoing process.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that the act which enabled the separation
Yes.
was January 2012, and the actual separation was April 2012.
Yes, I think you're
And
correct.
so this is a process, in effect, to sell shares in Royal Mail.
Correct, yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
I'm going to go back slightly in time to poll 00112856 to the 9th of September. This is the insurance notification that the inquiry has seen. If we scroll over the page, we can see that it was communicated via a note on Bond Dickinson headed paper. And if we scroll down and over the page to page 3, we can see the section there on risk to the Post Office. And we've dealt with other witnesses on how this came to be formulated. Were you involved in this at all?
No.
Were you aware of concerns about the provision of information to the Post Office's insurers around this time?
I was aware that I think at the July board, questions had been raised by some of the board directors about the insurance position. I think that's referenced in the 26th of July paper, which we looked at earlier. So I was aware of it to that extent, and obviously we're aware of what was covered in that paper. I wasn't close to what happened to that discussion after the 26th of July.
You say in relation to the prospectus that you were aware of a general concern around and sensitivity to the overall issues in the business. Were you aware of those concerns and sensitivities when it came to the type of information that was provided to Post Office's insurers?
No, I really wasn't close to that process at all. It was being led by, I think, our CFO at the time.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 00382001 in the bottom of the page, please? This is the email that the inquiry has seen several times. It's at the bottom of the page. It's from Paula Venables to Alice Perkins. Hi Alice, don't worry about the lateness of this note. I'm clearing the tray before signing out. And then it's the bottom of this page. It says, my concern, re Sparrow, currently is our obligations of disclosure regarding an unsafe witness. The representative from Fujitsu made statements about no bugs, which later it could be seen to have been undermined by the second site report. We do not think it material, but it could be high profile. Martin E. is briefed if you want more detail. Who had you been briefed by?
As far as I recollect, it was by Paula herself.
And what did she say?
So my recollection's hazy. It was a verbal conversation. I think she had been updated by the legal team. I assume Susan, but I can only remember similar details to what she covers in this email, that there was a concern that the Fujitsu witness hadn't disclosed the bugs which became apparent, which were disclosed to the second site report. That would most likely need to be disclosed to previous prosecutions. As I understood it, that was part that had been put into the Cartwright King review process. My recollection, the general impression I got from that conversation kind of accords with what we've got here, which it was sensitive, it clearly wasn't helpful, but it wasn't viewed to be material to the outcome of those prosecutions. That was the general, that's the best of my recollection.
So we do not think it material. Is that yourself and Ms. Fennels?
No, certainly not my opinion. I think my impression, my recollection is that was the opinion which Paul had formed having discussed this with the legal team. And just for, I think the reason I was brought into the loop at this point, this is the inquiry is probably where this is a period when Susan Crichton was in the process of leaving the business. As I recall, Paul had brought me into the loop. She wanted to let Alice know, but she also wanted to give Alice a point of contact she could reach to whilst Paula was away. And for obvious reasons, Susan probably wasn't the appropriate point of contact, so she brought me into the loop so Alice could reach out to me if she wanted further information.
So your briefing there was only from Paula Fennels?
I can't recall being briefed on this directly by the legal team. I can't recall anything verbally. I haven't seen anything in the documentation.
Had you seen the review by Brian Altman?
No. I'd seen it being referred to and brief bits of it summarised, but no, I hadn't seen the review itself.
Summarised by who?
I think Roderick Williams. It may have been, it was around this time, particularly as part of the drafting of the CEO's report. Roderick sent me some contributions to that and included brief summaries of what Brighton Altman was concluding.
So Mr. Altman's review is dated the 15th of October. Perhaps you can very briefly go to that. That's poll 406803. If we turn to page 18, if we scroll down, he addresses the issue of Gareth Jenkins. He then addresses the issue over the page of the Helen Rose report. It says at paragraph 50, the draft report is based on an exchange between Gareth Jenkins and Helen Rose. If we perhaps move on to page 44. Mr. Altman had addressed Gareth Jenkins and the impact on possible appeals. Perhaps we could turn to paragraph 142. He said, of grave concern is that Mr. Jenkins informed the second site inquiry of the two defects, which they reported at section 6 of the report, suggesting that he knew of them in the period Mr. Clark argues in his 15th of July 2013 advice to be between 5th of October 2012 and 3rd of April 2013, which are the dates of essentially 5 Jenkins witness statements Mr. Clark sampled yet in none of them is there to be found any reference to these two system defects. On the contrary, his reports speak to the general integrity of the system. Had this kind of information been brought to your attention?
No, not in this level of detail or candour. The only bit which resonates is which resonates from the conversation I had with Paula was around the number of past cases which might be impacted. So the figure of 5 sounds familiar, but none of this detail I'd seen before.
So you think around this time you were aware that around 5 cases had been impacted by what the provision of evidence by Mr. Jenkins?
What I recall in Paula's description of what impacts the Gareth Jenkins issue might have, I recognise a figure of 5 being described to her as one of the reasons why she or the legal team didn't view this to be highly material.
Because of the small number of people that it directly involved?
A combination of the small number of people and I guess the impression I was given is that it was clearly deeply unhelpful and deeply inappropriate, but didn't necessarily add to the disclosure of the 2 bugs themselves, which had been disclosed to past prosecutions through the second sight reports. It wasn't conveyed to me that it added very much to that.
Conveyed to you by who?
As I say, I'm basing this on the verbal briefing I was given by Paula.
So Paula Reynolds had sent an email to Alice Perkins. She was about to go away. You were the person who had been briefed on the issue. Do you think that you were sufficiently briefed?
No, and I think in practice what she was expecting me to do, she wanted to give Alice the name of someone she could contact in her absence. Susan Crichton, I think, if hadn't formally left the business, was effectively left. I think, from memory, Chris Ojard had only just started, so it wasn't really appropriate to give his name. I don't think Alice would have known the names of the people who sat below Susan, so she was giving Alice my name to reach out to, and I would then liaise with the likes of Roderick Williams if further information was needed.
If we scroll down, we can see more further sections addressing the Gareth Jenkins issue. And something we're going to come to in a moment. If we turn to page 54, paragraph 173, Mr. Ortman has said the Helen Rose report adds very little, it seems to me, other than to point to a particular issue at Lepton and the implications from the report that as early as 2013, Gareth Jenkins was aware of integrity issues with Horizon, none of which he revealed. The second sight report and the Rose report are the limit of the current disclosure regime. I'm aware of anyone being provided with anything more than this. Could we please turn to poll 004076608. Now this is going slightly back in time, nearly 2 months before that email from Paula Reynolds to Alice Perkins. If we scroll down to the bottom, we can see an email from Susan Crichton. And she says, Paula, further to our conversation this afternoon, this is the 3rd of September, there are 2 issues that we need to obtain JA's view on our approach. And that must be James Arbuthnot. If we keep on scrolling, there's a section in that email entitled Legal and Adjudication of Future Cases. And it's the bullet points below that that I would like to draw to your attention. Meeting was held with our external law firm who have been completing the criminal case review. The issues that we want Brian Ortman QC to advise on were agreed, final sign-off of review process, options re-appointment of independent expert witness, paper to follow, advice on prosecutions going forward. Following this discussion, terms of reference for his review to be finalised. It's the reference there to the appointment of independent expert witness. Were you aware at that time, September 2013, that there was an issue with the expert witness?
I'm not sure I was. The clearest first recollection I've got of it was in October in relation to the exchange we've been just discussing. I don't recall picking up on this point or particularly understanding it. I certainly don't think I'd link this to what I now understand to be the Gareth Jenkins issue.
Because if we scroll up, we can see that Paula Reynolds has sent this email to you. If we scroll up slightly, can you see there? But that's not something that sunk in at all about a concern regarding an expert witness or the appointment of a new expert witness?
It's not something which I certainly didn't pick up on that. I think the main reason I was being copied in at that point, I think I was supporting on some of the preparations for the appointment of the chair of the working group, obviously what ultimately became Sir Anthony Hooper. So I think that's why Paula Reynolds added me to the copy list. I certainly don't recall reading this email and picking up on that specific bullet point.
But by the time of that Paula Reynolds email to Alice Perkins saying that you had been briefed, you were aware of that concern?
Yes.
I said I'd move on to the issue of the Helen Rose report, and I'm going to do that now. Could we please turn to poll 001967707? And if we could start on page 5, please. Thank you. There's an email here from yourself to Roderick Williams, and the subject is CEO's report text on criminal cases review. So this was going to be a report from Paula Reynolds. Is that to the board?
Yes, this was part of, as part of each board meeting, there'll be what's known as the CEO's report, which was a 4 or 5 page summary of issues going on across the business. Part of my job was to collate the production of that report.
And you say, hi, Roderick, as discussed, here's the text. Grateful if you could amend as appropriate. And the text as drafted at that point was as follows. Our criminal barrister, Brian Altman, has now completed his review of the approach we are taking to reviewing cases that have been subject to prosecution, in particular looking at whether complying with our duty of disclosure, the findings of second sight, whether we are complying with our duty of disclosure, duty to disclose the findings of the second sight report to the defence team in cases where it's appropriate to do so. Just pausing there, had you, by this stage, read Mr. Altman's report?
No, I don't believe I ever received the Brian Altman report. The first time I saw the actual report was when it was disclosed to me a few weeks back.
You say his conclusion is that our approach is fundamentally sound, in quotation marks, providing us with strong grounds to resist any formal review of our historic prosecutions, for example, by the Criminal Cases Review Commission. To date, following several sifts, our external firm of solicitors has identified 11 cases where disclosure is required. It is now a matter for the defence in those particular cases to determine what action, if any, they might take in light of this additional information. How did you draft that if you hadn't read Mr. Altman's report?
So this drafting was based on, I think there was a first draft produced by Andy Holt, who was then the programme manager for what was now known as the Sparrow process. I'd raised some questions on that. I think that had then been farmed out to Andy Parsons, who provided some input. So in short, this text was a synthesis of what had been given from the team. So this is basically their substance, which I then edited down into a short paragraph.
Could we scroll up, please? Mr. Williams responds. He says, I've highlighted my amendments in bold below. Please note, and there are 2 points, I've left in fundamentally sound, as Brian uses it in his report. But then he says, Brian's view on the CCRC is that we have responded to the Criminal Cases Review Commission appropriately, but should the Commission continue to show interest in these cases, there might have to come a time when Post Office Ltd considers sharing Cartwright-King Review's findings with the Commission and cooperating with the Commission. So Mr. Williams is highlighting there that the section on the Criminal Cases Review Commission needs to be a little bit more nuanced, because it might be that the Post Office do have to, in due course, cooperate with them.
Yes, yeah, and I mean, to explain, part of the CEO's report itself tended to be very concise, but it was accompanied by the Chief Executive would then deliver it in the board alongside a verbal briefing. So part of the process of this was, alongside the report itself, giving Paula background notes so she could voice over of more detail. So this might be the type of thing which fed into her background briefing.
And but this was the actual wording that went directly to the board. I mean, not this particular wording, will come to the wording, but the ultimate CEO report text would go to the board.
Yes, yes.
He has added in after second sight regarding disclosure of the Helen Rose report, and he has amended the wording regarding the Criminal Cases Review Commission to say that Mr. Altman's review has enabled us to assert to the Criminal Cases Review Commission that insofar as our historic prosecutions are concerned, we responded to the second sight report in a prudent and responsible manner. So it's watered down in light of that caveat from Mr. Altman, it seems.
Yes.
If we scroll up, we can see your response. You say, "Hi, Roderick, thanks for this. Is the Helen Rose report a key part of the disclosure? If so, I think we'll need to include a reference to it in square brackets below, but we'll also need a sentence to explain what it is, as Paula and the board won't have heard of it. Please, could you suggest some wording?" If we scroll up, we can see Mr. Williams's response. He says, "Cartwright-King advised that the Helen Rose report meets the test for disclosure, i.e. it might undermine the prosecution's case or assist the accuseds, and is therefore being disclosed where appropriate. I've added a very high-level sentence to address this, again in bold. I have quite a bit of further information on the Helen Rose report, so can go into it in more detail if required. Please let me know if you think you would like me to do so, or if you want to see any of the underlying documents, e.g. the report itself, or Cartwright-King or Brian Altman's advice on it." And he's there inserted a summary of the Helen Rose report. It says the Helen Rose report was prepared in June 2013 by a member of the Post Office security team and refers to emails with Fujitsu from January and February 2013, suggestive of there being issues with Horizon, training and support. It's worded slightly strangely there at the end, isn't it, with the comma. It was your reading of that it was suggestive of there being issues with Horizon and issues with training and support, or that it identified issues with Horizon training and support?
I think, candidly, I wasn't sure, and this wording begged lots of questions to me, and it felt like we were getting into territory which needed much more explanation. Well, you're probably going to come on to it.
Because
to be honest, I wasn't. This raised more questions to me than it answered. I don't think it particularly helped explain the full implications of the Helen Rose report.
But not just questions, but also presumably concerns, because there appears to be a report which is suggestive of there being issues with Horizon.
Yes, yeah, it was. Yes, absolutely, and it was the first I'd heard of this, and I was pretty sure it wasn't something which had been briefed to Paula or the board at that point.
And if we look above, you say, "Thanks very much, Roderick. Unfortunately, I think I probably do need to give Paula more information on this, as this is going to raise all sorts of questions from her and the board. Please could you send me the report and any associated advice, etc." If we scroll up, he said, "I thought as much. Can I suggest we take 10 to 15 minutes tomorrow morning to go over what we have and where it goes to help me tailor the response?" And then above, you say, "Yes, agree to a quick catch-up tomorrow. As you'll see from the text I've just re-articulated, I've decided it's probably better not to mention the Helen Rose report specifically, as it will only serve to confuse things with the board, although I will still need to give Paula background notes on the issue. I've also cut back the text on the review of past cases. Hope this still works. Now, having seen reference to there being issues with Horizon, rather than removing reference to that report, wouldn't you want to find out quite a lot more about it at that stage?
Yes, and I think, as we'll hopefully come on to, part of the follow-up actions was to arrange a proper briefing from the team to pull on these issues. I think my concern at this point, and this is another late night email, I think I was concerned that this potentially, I didn't know what to make of this reference to Helen Rose reports. All I did know was it was new news, and Roderick's explanation in the preceding text, as I say, raised more questions than it answered. Candidly, I was quite concerned about putting information into a report going out in Paula's name when she wasn't familiar with this issue. It felt inappropriate to put something in a report in her name before she'd been properly briefed. So I took the judgment call late at night to take it out and instead arrange for a briefing for her, and then she could decide what to do with that information. So it was a kind of judgment late at night based on limited information. I think that the key thing which we'll come on to is I then arranged a briefing, the team to give Paula a briefing on the topics so she could take a view.
And were you present at the briefing?
No, I was just about to go on leave, so I commissioned Belinda Crowe to coordinate that briefing and give it to Paula.
Yes. We'll come and look at that document. But before we do, can we please turn to the first page? Roderick Williams has responded to you the next morning. Thanks, Martin. I'll comment separately on your revised text, which read well, as amended by Andy Holt. I attach a briefing note from Cartwright King addressing the issues we discussed yesterday, namely 1, update to the criminal case reviews to date, 2, a summary of the appeal steps a defendant can take in those few cases where further disclosure has been made, and then 3, whether the Helen Rose report is in the public domain. It's not. Copy attached along with covering letter. I think it's sensible to keep references to the Helen Rose report at a minimum, as it may not be a live issue going forward. You will see from the final paragraph of the briefing note that it is unlikely to require disclosure in any further cases and will not be disclosed in any pending or future prosecution. Brian Altman QC was also of the view that it added very little. And we can see the attachments that Mr. Williams sent alongside that email. The first is the Helen Rose report. Could we turn to poll 001966708? The documents I'm taking you to are known as a family document, so we are sure that those are the actual attachments to this email, though other versions exist. But if we look at this document, this is the Helen Rose report, but it is the redacted version of the Helen Rose report. And if we scroll down over the page, we can see this is the one where, in fact, Gareth Jenkins' name has been redacted. But what we do see, though, on page 3, about 3/4 of the way down, is the part of the Helen Rose report where it says, I know you are aware of all the Horizon integrity issues. Did you read this at the time?
I think I may have skim-read it. I'm not sure I would have known what to make of it. It's obviously a relatively operational and technical report. I think I skim-read it and I didn't come away from it thinking, oh, I see what the key issue is here.
So we had Mr. Williams suggest the form of words in that briefing to the board that said, suggestive of there being issues with Horizon. That particular paragraph suggests perhaps that there are issues with Horizon, but that wasn't something that you thought of at the time.
I'm not sure if... this particular paragraph doesn't jump out clearly wrongly in hindsight, I probably put more weight on some of the text in Roderick's covering email where he quotes Brian Altman and generally gives quite a lot of reassurance that it isn't a material issue and doesn't add very much. So I think at that point in time I was probably reassured that actually maybe this isn't such a material part of the disclosure, but I mean, what I would emphasise is I did still arrange for the team to give a briefing to Paula and to follow up on it properly.
And if we look at the second attachment, that's Pol 00196-709. This is the briefing note that was produced by Cartwright King that's referred to in Mr. Williams's email. If we scroll over the page, please, we can see there's reference. One of the purposes of this was to provide a short explanation of the status of the Helen Rose report. And if we look at paragraph 4 on that page, we see there it says the Helen Rose report is not in the public domain and should not be placed in the public domain. Nevertheless, is subject to the disclosure rules. As a matter of law, a defendant to whom any material is disclosed is constrained from using the material. If we scroll down, it says there, because this report goes only to the apparent knowledge of Gareth Jenkins at the time of his writing of his expert court reports, its status as a disclosable document ends where he no longer provides such reports. Accordingly, it's unlikely to require disclosure in any further cases and will not be disclosed in any pending or future prosecution. There is also another attachment to that email. It's Pol 00196-710. And that's an example covering letter that was sent out regarding disclosure. It's the second paragraph that refers to the second site report and the Helen Rose report. I'd like to take you to the final report to the board. That's Pol 00196-706. So this is the ultimate briefing that was produced. Presumably finalised after you had received those documents.
Yes.
If we have a look at the third bullet point, it's dated the 24th of October. Our external firm of criminal solicitors, Cartwright King, has now completed a review of 301 cases, subject to past prosecution, to identify whether we have a duty to disclose the findings of the second site report and associated issues. So now the Helen Rose report is now referred to as associated issues. Is that right?
Yes.
Cartwright King has concluded that disclosure is appropriate in 10 of these cases, and a short letter has therefore been sent to each of the defence teams to bring their attention to the report. It is now a matter for the defence in each case to determine what action, if any, they might take in light of this additional information. We are also awaiting an unknown number of further historical prosecution files from Royal Mail, although at this stage we have no reason to believe these will subsequently increase the number of actual disclosures. In view of the potential interest from the Criminal Cases Review Commission, we have also asked our criminal barrister, Brian Altman QC, to conduct an independent review of the overall process we have taken to review past cases, reaching the conclusion that our approach is fundamentally sound. So that was the ultimate summary of the passage that we have been looking at. I mean, perhaps we could bring it up onto screen alongside Pol 00196-707. Page 4 of that document, if that's possible. Thank you. So if we scroll down slightly on the left-hand side, we can see it was that second passage that I took you to earlier, the slightly more nuanced approach to references to the Criminal Cases Review Commission. And it seems as though that, to some extent, has been lost in the final briefing. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's clearly gone through further editing. Yes, I'd agree with that.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 00196-705? And this is the reference to the briefing that you have mentioned. It's the 28th of October, 2013. One of those attachments is the email chain that we've been looking at with those various attachments. And you say as follows: "Hi, Belinda. Here's the final text on Sparrow." So that's the final text that I just took you to. That's the separate attachment, which went into the CEO's report. As discussed earlier, very grateful if you could coordinate the briefing, which Paula will need ahead of the board to bring her up to speed on the issues and prepare her for any difficult questions from the non-executive directors. It now looks highly likely that Paula won't be able to attend tomorrow's steering group. If we can fit in a separate short catch-up for you, Chris and her, we will, but this might not be possible. And then there are various bullet points. One is update on any mediation/working group process, including feedback from Tony Hooper's first meeting of the working group. Linked to this, an explanation of Second Sight's expected role going forwards, bearing in mind that certain board members will have a strong expectation that they should be out of the process by the end of December, so we may have to manage these expectations. This is a separate issue, but it's something we discussed earlier about moves to limit or end Second Sight's involvement. Then any additional detail on the settlement policy, which we're in the process of developing, and it's this, I think, final bullet point here, any explanation of the issues around the review of past criminal cases, which Roderick can help provide, covering A, what exactly has been disclosed so far, and B, our best guess of the implications of these disclosures, i.e. explaining that at this stage we have no reason to believe that this means past cases will be found to be unsafe. Just pausing there, how would you form that view?
I think that had been informed by the emails we'd seen earlier from Roderick and others, including some fairly reassuring quotations from the Brian Altman reports.
I've attached an email from Roderick which contains some of the answers to these questions, but would be useful to have this together in one place. And then if we look at the bottom of that email, it says, the board is on Thursday, so it would be useful for her to have this by tomorrow evening or Wednesday morning. As you know, I'm on leave after today. I may have an opportunity to log in the evenings to look at things, but if not, then I suggest you send directly to Paula, copied to me. So the work that you had been carrying out in the previous days on the CEO's report to the board and the information that you had gathered from Roderick Williams has now just been handed over to Belinda Crowe to summarise for Paula Vernals. Is that right?
Yes, essentially.
Did you keep tabs on what form the briefing ultimately took?
I don't believe I did. I think I followed it up. By the time I returned, the board meeting had already happened, so the moment had passed. But I remember seeing confirmation that a briefing had been sent.
But you don't recall reading the briefing?
No, by then I was on leave.
We saw those discussions about the Helen Rose report and its implications, and your view was to leave it out of the board, the paper that went to the board, but I think you had confidence that it would be raised by Ms. Vernals at the board. Did you take any steps to make sure that there was a proper briefing in that respect?
I think I relied on, I clearly here have passed the baton to Belinda to coordinate with input from Roderick. So I relied on that process and that input to Paula to get to the right answer.
What was Belinda Crowe's role?
I think by now she had just taken over as programme manager for what was then called the Sparrow process, so coordinating all of these work streams.
I think you said that you didn't have a good knowledge or any knowledge of the contents of the Helen Rose report before you had seen it, or even Brian Altman report up until very recently. Were you aware of her state of knowledge of the underlying issues when you sent this email?
I was aware she was also new to these topics and would be heavily reliant on input from Roderick to get to the right information. I think Roderick was copied into this email.
Thank you. Can we please turn to poll 3029707? This is a much later email, and I don't think you're involved in this correspondence, but it's a document that I took Mr. Parsons to, where he talks about the Helen Rose report. And if we scroll down to the penultimate paragraph, he says as follows. He says, putting this issue aside, the real and confidential reason that the report was disclosed was because Helen's comment at the bottom of page 3 suggests that it was widely known that there were problems with Horizon. This statement, regardless of whether it is correct, could have been used to attack Gareth Jenkins's credibility as the Post Office's Horizon expert, as he had previously stated that there were no problems with Horizon. Is that something that you were aware of?
No. This very clear explanation of the implication of the Helen Rose report wasn't apparent to me until this document was disclosed to me, and I've followed some of the other evidence. So, candidly, the penny only dropped very recently on exactly why the Helen Rose report was significant. That wasn't apparent to me in this very clear way at the time.
Thank you. I have two very brief topics to address before I hand over to others. The first is checks and your involvement and relationship with them. Could we please turn to UKGI 401852? I think you said that you were the main liaison when it came to non-communications matters. Is that right?
I think, I provided an informal channel of communication. If they needed to pick up the phone to someone, I was a point of contact they could use, yes.
If we look at the bottom of page 2, we see correspondence between Mr. Batten and Roderick Williams, and you're copied into this email. This is an email that we saw with Jo Swinson because she was going to be making an announcement to Parliament and they were seeking information about numbers of convictions. And if we look up above, there's a series of questions that have been posed by Mr. Gibson of the Shareholder Executive. If we go to the first page, at the bottom of the page, Susan Crichton has said onto it, so they're on to finding out the questions, and also we're working on this. And then if we scroll up slightly, Mr. Batten said, and this is July, 16th of July, so a week later, did Susan, Roderick or Martin ever come back to either of you on this? I know the Post Office often dropped me off their copy list, so I tried not to take it personally. And then above, we have Mr. Whitehead saying, sadly, they have a habit of dropping everybody off when we seek awkward data. I've not seen anything, and my guess is, without a chaser, they'll unilaterally decide we don't need it. Was that typical of your relationship with UKGI?
I don't think, what I think it probably does reflect is a bit of mutual frustration on the way information was requested and shared between the business and the UKGI. And there were two perspectives on that. Clearly what we see here is a frustration from the checks team not getting the information they need. On the other side, the frustration from the business is requests appear to come in quite in an unstructured way at short notice, and there are frustrations on both sides, and it clearly wasn't always working very well. I think over time we moved on to a more structured basis to the benefit of both sides, but I think this does absolutely reflect a bit of a kind of teething problems on the early relationship between the business and the shareholder post-separation.
Could we please turn to poll 003733845? And this relates to Mr. Callard becoming a new non-executive director of the Post Office. So we're moving on now to February 2014. If we look at the bottom email, Ms. Vennels sends an email to a group, and if we look slightly below that, just the top of the next page, she says Richard Scope has not yet picked up Sparrow or business transformation. It will, as he's attending next week's board meeting. But as this is the case, I suggest that we leave them off the SHECS review agenda, as he will be well briefed by then. And if we scroll up, please, to your response, you say as follows: on a separate but related topic, it just struck me this evening, belatedly, that I, Alwyn or Chris D, or a combination of all three, need to get into the discipline of reading the draft board papers with a specific focus on checking for SHECS sensitivities now that Mr. Callard will be receiving them. There are numerous small points that we'll need to watch out for. I'll read through the ones I haven't checked in the morning, kids permitting. Can you assist us? Why would you need to read draft papers with a specific focus on checking for SHECS sensitivities?
So I think this would have been a general point. It was recognising whilst it was quite right that we moved to the position of SHECS having a representative on the board, that was new for the business. And there were sometimes tensions and conflicts of interest, particularly part of our relationship between SHECS and the board. SHECS was our funder. So, for example, we might be putting papers to the business which are relevant to our funding position. Previously, the business could have drafted papers without worrying about SHECS seeing that paper. So clearly there were, I think there were the potential for sensitivities across the piece, as I say, numerous small sensitivities. It just felt like good discipline to make sure there is a kind of filter on the papers. We are reviewing the papers for any watch-outs.
NB, on your point below about Sparrow, Belinda and I met Mr. Callard yesterday afternoon, so he's now fully up to speed and understands why this was high on your list of things which keep you awake at night. What did you mean there?
I think really just it was clearly it was a major issue for the business and a major issue for the chief executive, and Richard Callard was now briefed on that.
He now has a good understanding of the handling issues around Second Sight and the scenarios in which we may need further support/cover from ministers. Was that about removing Second Sight's involvement or limiting their involvement?
I think that may well have been, that's probably what it was referring to. I think by then there'd been some ongoing debates with the business about Second Sight's role. So yes, that's highly likely to be that what I was referring to.
Thank you. That can come down. We've spoken today about one particular role you had. How do you consider that role as Chief of Staff prepared you for your subsequent roles at the Post Office?
Well, it clearly gave me a broad insight across the business. A lot of my time of Chief of Staff was actually more spent on the strategy and funding side, and that was kind of very squarely what I then worked on in the next job.
Is that as Group Strategy Director?
Yes. And I mean, more generally, this whole experience has, I think, given me lots of lessons for subsequent roles in the Post Office.
Yeah. Have you taken part in any lessons learned exercises? I mean, I think it's fair to say the whole business has been going through a lessons learned process over the past few years. I think it's kind of built into the business now. And for you personally, what have you particularly identified as your own lessons to be learned from the role that you played?
So I think there's a number. I think the first one, it's very apparent in hindsight that the business was caught up in groupthink and I was part of that, and at no point do I see myself properly stepping outside that and challenging it. And I deeply regret that, and I think that's been a hugely important lesson to me. I think a second lesson which links to that at that point in my career, I would have taken advice from legal experts or IT experts at face value. I'm now far more aware that advice from experts needs to be properly challenged and scrutinised. Everyone has biases in the advice they need to provide, and that needs appropriate scrutiny. And I think the third lesson is the importance, particularly for the roles which I do, which tend to be working on at the centre of the business on high-level strategy, is balancing that with an understanding of individual perspectives.
Thank you. So it's now time for some questions from core participants. Are you happy for us to proceed with Mr. Henry and then perhaps take a short break? We have a very small number of questions from Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Maloney and Mr. Watt, which shouldn't be too long. I think Mr. Henry has the larger number of questions.
Well, I'll do whatever suits the transcriber best on this occasion. So we've been going for...
An hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to necessarily circumscribe Mr. Henry, but if he's going to be 10 minutes, we'll do as you say. If he's going to be 20 minutes, I think it's probably appropriate to have a break.
I'm
Shorthand writer would like a break.
Yes. So perhaps we could take a 10-minute break now.
Fine, all right.
If we could. Thank you, sir. We have Mr. Henry, followed by Ms. Watt, followed by Mr. Maloney.
Fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards, you were part of an executive team that used all its guile and skill to suppress the reputational and financial risk of historic prosecutions being reopened, weren't you?
I think I was clearly part of an executive team which didn't do enough to put this right at that stage.
You did precisely the opposite of furthering the right. You were actually involved in suppressing the matter, weren't you?
I'm not sure I'd agree with that.
You were even complicit in a cover-up concerning the unsafe witness, were you not?
I certainly wasn't, no.
Now, you do not mention the issue of the unsafe witness at any stage in your witness statement of the 18th of April 2024, nor in that witness statement do you mention any conversation you had with Paula Venables in respect of that issue of the unsafe witness. You accept that?
Yes, it's not in my witness statement.
Yet when Mr. Blake asked you about this very significant conversation, you offered an account that the unsafe witness, so you were told by Miss Venables, was implicated in 5 cases. Is that correct?
I recollected that being a small number, yes.
And you recall that from as long ago as 2013, but you did not mention it once in your witness statement. You were holding it back, weren't you?
I focused my witness statements on the questions posed to me as part of my Rule 9 request there. There was nothing on this specific topic.
But it was a very significant matter, and you did not volunteer it, did you?
Candidly, I certainly didn't appreciate the significance of this matter at the time. I didn't appreciate it when I constructed my witness statements. Everything I've heard since then, I do now understand its importance, but it was certainly not a deliberate withholding of that.
You are telling the inquiry, Chairman, that you did not appreciate its significance at the time. You obviously appreciated its significance at the time when you were told it, correct?
In the terms I described earlier.
You know the purpose of this inquiry. It's a highly material issue, an issue of extraordinary importance. I suggest that you were hoping it would not be discovered.
No, that's not the case.
You knew that the inquiry was not aware of the issue at the time and hadn't unearthed the email from Paula Venables to Alice Perkins, but you were aware of the issue, Mr. Edwards, and you didn't volunteer it. That's the truth, isn't it?
No, it's not. That's not the case. I didn't recollect that email. I didn't particularly have a strong recollection of this issue. My appreciation of the significance of this issue has been very recent. I certainly did not appreciate the significance of this issue at the time.
I suggest that that cannot be right. At the very least, from what you knew at the time, back in 2013, was the risk that 5 people may have been convicted on the back of evidence from an unsafe witness. That surely would have been obvious to you.
As I described, the account I was given of this was it was clearly important. My understanding at the time that was going to be disclosed to the past prosecutions, but I was not led to believe at the time that it was highly material on top of other information which had been disclosed. I completely did not appreciate the significance of this at the time.
So when you say that your understanding at the time was that it was going to be disclosed to the past prosecutions, Was that something that just floated into your head, or were you told that by Paula Venables?
That was my understanding.
Where did you get the understanding from?
That was the nature of the conversation. And indeed, I think in the email we looked at from Ms Venables to Paula, it talks about the disclosure of this information.
No, on the contrary, that email reads, and there's no need to get it up on the screen, my concern re Sparrow currently is our obligations of disclosure re an unsafe witness. The representative from Fujitsu made statements about no bugs, which later could be seen to have been undermined by the second site report. We do not think it material, but it could be high profile. Martin E. is briefed if you want more detail. This is just in case. Do you want to reflect on the answer you've just given?
So I think what that email refers to, it talks about obligations redisclosure. As I said, my recollection of this conversation is hazy, but as I understood it, Cartwright King, as our external lawyers, were reviewing the disclosure of this information to the past cases. And as Paula goes on to describe, it wasn't viewed to be material. That is consistent with my recollection and understanding at the time.
Well, I'll come back to that. I want to go quickly to your statement. No need to get it up on the screen. I'll read it verbatim. Paragraph 13. I believe I first became aware of concerns raised about bugs, errors or defects with Horizon due to the campaigning work of Alan Bates and the Justice for Sub-Postmaster Alliance. On the 4th of October 2012, a couple of weeks after I joined the Post Office, I attended a meeting with Paula Venables, James Arbuthnot and Alan Bates of the JFSA in relation to the second site investigation. I attended the meeting in a note-taking capacity only. During the meeting, alleged Horizon errors were raised by Alan Bates. And I don't need to take you to the document, but your notes of that meeting are recorded at POL 00295-635, notes which are dated the 5th of October 2012, and amongst those notes, meeting with JA and AB, Paula said it was absolutely essential that the judicial process was flawless and therefore would consider this point, which had been raised by Sir Alan Bates, in detail, and that was about unfairness to sub-postmasters. If it is absolutely essential, Mr. Edwards, that the judicial process is flawless, would you agree that that would mandate disclosing to the defence any wrongdoing by an expert who had secured a conviction for the Post Office against a hapless defendant?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
You were told, you claim by Ms Venables, that the unsafe witness concerned 5 cases. 5, 50 or 1 case, an unsafe witness had given evidence against sub-postmasters and people had been convicted. Hadn't they? You knew that.
Yes.
Right. Now, you were the Chief Executive Officer's Chief of Staff, and yet you claim you hadn't read the Altman General Review of the 15th of October 2013 before drafting her report to the board.
I hadn't been given that document.
You stand by that?
Yes.
You're admitting negligence, aren't you? It would be negligent to draft a Chief Executive Officer's report to the board on a very serious matter without having read the Altman General Review.
In the role I was performing, so in that Chief Executive's report, I'd be covering maybe a dozen major topics on the business. I was heavily dependent, completely dependent on the input from subject matter experts. I didn't have the capacity to read every document and do everything they were doing.
But
I think in the hindsight, I'd agree there was not enough scrutiny by the executive team of as we've heard, there wasn't enough sharing of legal advice. I didn't see that at the time.
But this is totally contrary to your role. A top, politically astute and well-connected Queen's Counsel has been appointed to do a general review, and yet are you telling the chairman that nobody in the executive team read the general review by Brian Altman QC?
I can only comment on, I didn't see it.
It's totally contrary to your role, because when you were suggesting at an early stage in your evidence, but I think you've resiled from it, that you were a mere conduit, nevertheless, you were digesting and appraising material that was directed to the CEO so you could apprise her of the contents. You must have read the Altman General Review.
I did not read the Altman General Review. I did not see it.
Right, well, we see in the email that I have quoted already that Paula Venables used the term material when she was writing her email to Alice Perkins. In the Altman General Review, the term material is mentioned 35 times. Were you familiar with the term material?
Not specifically, no.
And yet, according to your boss, Martin E. is briefed if you want more detail, and I emphasize more detail. This is just in case. You telling the truth, Mr. Edwards?
Absolutely. I gave my evidence on that earlier. I was given as a point of contact for Alice. If she needed more detail in practice, I'd clearly be reliant on the legal team to provide that.
And so you were again, although you were briefed on the issue, again, you're merely saying that you're just, as it were, a conduit, that she'll contact you and then you'll put her in touch with who? Roderick Williams, Hugh Flemington, etc., etc.
Yes, I think it would have been more appropriate for her to be in contact with the General Counsel, but as you're aware, at that point in time, one General Counsel was leaving and another one was just about to join. So I was there as a point of contact for Alice, but yes, I would have been reliant on getting answers to the questions from the legal team.
Now, you knew why General Counsel was leaving, presumably, because you were the Chief of Staff to Paula Venables. What had she told you about the departure of Susan Crichton?
I was aware there'd been tensions between Susan and Alice and the broader board. I wasn't party to all of the detail which the inquiry has now seen.
Did Paula Venables say that Susan Crichton's loyalties were misplaced and that she was ascribing too much loyalty to her professional obligations?
No, that wouldn't be the type of conversation she'd have with me.
And yet you were her Chief of Staff?
Yes.
I want to go now to POL 003 72558. And I want to inquire with you about why you took certain decisions in respect of this exchange between you and Roderick Williams. And again, it's in the context of the report of the CEO to the board. And just dealing with that, as you'll see from the text I've just re-articulated, I've decided it's probably better not to mention the Helen Rose report specifically, as it will only serve to confuse things with the board, although I will still need to give Paula background notes on the issue. How are you going to do that if you hadn't read Altman?
Well, as we covered earlier, the practical step I took was to arrange for the team to give Paula a briefing on this.
I will still need to give Paula background notes on the issue, not I will get Flemington, Williams, God forbid, Singh to give background notes on the issue. I will still need to give Paula background notes on the issue. How are you going to do that if you hadn't read Altman?
When I say I will need to give Paula background notes, that doesn't mean I will need to be responsible for drafting them. My role was to make sure Paula had the briefing she needed. In doing that, I was heavily dependent on subject matter experts to provide that, and I therefore arranged for that to be provided.
I suggest that the Helen Rose report, and we can deal with this very quickly, would reveal that Gareth Jenkins had a credibility problem, that he'd not been frank about bugs, errors and defects, and Mr. Blake took you to paragraph 173 of the Altman General Review, which says just that. You were making sure the board were not told about a document which might have brought up the potentially high-profile issue of the unsafe witness. Isn't that right?
No, absolutely not.
And if, as that report, the Helen Rose report suggested, it was widely known that there were problems with Horizon, that could have been used to attack Gareth Jenkins' credibility. You can't deny that, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
It's not a coincidence that you decided it's probably better not to mention the Helen Rose report, because the Helen Rose report was welded together with the issue of Gareth Jenkins' credibility. You knew that.
No, I didn't, and I think it's evident from my email exchange with Roderick that I'm none the wiser on the significance of the Helen Rose report. I absolutely didn't understand its significance. And as I described earlier, I didn't understand its significance until extremely recently, and I've seen other disclosures which spell it out very clearly. I did not have that awareness at the time.
You're presenting yourself as some naif, and yet you're the chief of staff to the CEO. I suggest that your response there is dissembling.
No, it's not. It's become apparent to me there were a number of topics which, candidly, I was naive about. So I didn't understand the full details. The nature of the Chief of Staff role, I was spread across dozens of major topics across the business. It simply wasn't possible to understand the detail of every one. But yes, candidly, I was naive on some of these topics.
Let me go to page 4 of that document, please. This was your first stab at a précis, and I want to go through it very, very quickly. Our criminal barrister, Brian Altman, has now completed his review, etc., etc., etc. Our approach is fundamentally sound, providing us with strong grounds to resist any formal review of our historic prosecutions, for example, by the Criminal Cases Review Commission. Who had suggested that the Altman Review would justify stonewalling the Criminal Cases Review Commission?
I think, as I described earlier, this text was the synthesis of some contributions from Andy Holt, which I then asked some questions on, and I think it was then farmed out to Andy Parsons to provide input. I took that input and crafted this sentence and sent it to Roderick to check.
And of course, he moderates it to some extent. But was this reflecting the views of Paula Venables that had already been disseminated? Or were the people that you say are responsible for this text quite confident that this pre-packed approach would be accepted by the CEO? This obdurate opposition to the appeals would be accepted without demur by the CEO?
I don't know. And I think in hindsight, the CEO's report was the wrong place to be CEO's report covers a number of major topics in very brief detail, as you see, really short paragraphs. It's really clear in hindsight this wasn't appropriate for be covering this information. I wasn't the right person to be the intermediary of this. In hindsight, this warranted a separate full briefing note from the legal team, and that's what should have gone to the board.
I want to deal with the unsafe witness in conclusion one final time. The evidence base by October the 23rd, I suggest, was that Paula Venables knew that Gareth Jenkins was unsafe. She knew that he had given evidence against Seema Misra, and she decided not to disclose that to the CCRC or Mrs. Misra's lawyers. You knew that, didn't you?
No.
And in June 2013, because there is a run-up to this, in June 2013, it had become apparent, had it not, that Gareth Jenkins had disclosed to Second Sight the existence of bugs, errors, and defects in the Horizon system, and you were aware of that.
What I was briefed on at the time is those bugs had been passed on by the Post Office team. That was what's kind of contained in the briefings at the time.
Well, we've gone through this already at great length with Mr. Blake, but there was, if not consternation or near panic, there was great anxiety in the executive team. Mr. Blake has taken you, to example, to POL's 000-98778, 28th of June 2013, where Gareth Jenkins writes the email saying, Leslie attached is my final witness statement for the Misra case. This was heard in Guildford Crown Court in October 2010 and concerned the West Byfleet Post Office. And you get a copy of that email. It's forwarded to you. It's the 28th of June. So you know that Gareth Jenkins has given evidence against Seema Misra, and you also know that Gareth Jenkins has caused a problem in the disclosure, or rather non-disclosure, of bugs, don't you?
No, the second half of that is not correct.
Well, you knew that he was the person who had spoken to Second Sight.
I did not know that, no.
And I suggest that's all in the context of him suppressing the evidence of bugs, errors, and defects as confided to Second Sight, and you were well aware of that.
That's not correct.
And then on the 1st of July, there's a high-level briefing for the board, POL 000-60587, and Mrs. Misra is mentioned in the context of her trial. And then we've seen again with Mr. Blake taking to it, the strapline is re-PV and AP brief. It's POL 001-1992. The board had to have a line on historic prosecutions. Do you remember that this morning? That you needed to have a line on historic prosecutions. That again is connected to Gareth Jenkins because he was the flawed expert who had failed to disclose bugs, errors, and defects. You must accept that.
I'm afraid I didn't follow all of that. Could we break that down, and which specific documents and points in time are we referring to? I'm afraid.
I think Mr. Henry is right in the sense we did go through that this morning, so I don't think I need to have it again, right. Mr. Henry.
Right, certainly, sir. You knew, because you drafted the briefing for Paula Venables, that Gareth Jenkins had given evidence against Seema Misra. You must accept that.
I saw that witness statement which Leslie Saul forwarded, yes.
And also, you actually drafted it as well on the 1st of July for, forgive me, POL, no need to take you to it, POL 00113367. It's a document you've seen, but at page 1 of 13, you raised the issue of James Arbuthnot perhaps reviving historic prosecutions, and at page 5 of 13, you raised the issue that Gareth Jenkins had given evidence against Seema Misra. So
I'm sorry, I don't
you don't really, well,
I don't recognise that, sorry.
Let's quickly go to that document then, POL 00113367.
This isn't a document I produced.
But you certainly saw it.
I saw it, yes.
Yes. And you read it.
I believe so, yes.
And let's scroll up, please, on page 1. Do you see paragraph 8?
Yes.
Clear risk identified. Could we go to page 5, please? And we can see paragraph 30, the Falkirk anomaly, etc., etc. Subparagraph B, the prosecution expert Gareth Jenkins from Fujitsu, etc., etc. So what I'm trying to establish through you is that both your state of mind and Paula Vennell's state of mind is that Gareth Jenkins was the expert and Gareth Jenkins had given evidence against Seema Misra.
I think, yes, that's evidence from this.
And that you, therefore, both of you were aware of that at the time of the conversation on the 21st of October 2013, which was about a week after the Altman General Review. You were both aware of the significance of the unsafe witness in relation to not 5 cases, but that one specific case concerning Seema Misra.
Candidly, I don't recall drawing a specific link back to this document, which I saw 4 or 5 minutes earlier.
That it, Mr. Henry?
That's it, sir.
Thank you. Before we get the next one, could you just, Mr. Henry, confirm the reference you gave for the notes of the meeting, which is described in paragraph 13 of the witness statement? I wasn't sure that I got it down accurately.
Certainly, sir. Do you want me to give it to you now?
Yeah, if you, I'll read it to you. It's Paul 002-95635 is what I've written.
That's correct,
correct,
sir.
That's correct, fine.
That's correct. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, fine. While we're waiting for the next set of questions, can I ask you, Mr. Edwards, in the email of October when Ms. Vennell said that you were briefed, told Ms. Perkins that you were briefed if she needed any more information, nobody's asked you the direct question, but just in case, did Ms. Perkins ask you any questions or ask you to explain anything further following that email?
No, sir. I don't recall any follow-up from Alice Perkins.
Fine. Right, fine, thanks. Yes, who's next?
It's Miss Watt.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Edwards. I ask questions on behalf of the NFSP. I think it's fair to say that there are few survivors at the Post Office today from what we might term the Paula Vennell's era, and I think you and Roderick Williams are among the main ones. Is that correct?
I'm one of the few people from that area, yes.
And you're currently the Network Strategy and Delivery Director, and you advised Mr. Blake this morning this involves working with the sub-postmaster network. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think it's the case that you currently have a senior role in a wide range of business decisions that affect sub-postmasters, broadly including things such as, for instance, the number of sub-post office branches in the network, the number of sub-postmasters in the network, financial packages, decisions on closure of branches, compensation in the hard-to-place scheme, and generally just a great deal of what affects sub-postmasters today. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So thinking about that, taking account of that, and given the evidence that we've heard from you today about your knowledge and role in working with the former Chief Executive, Paula Venos, and Horizon-related issues, including some things that we saw you had, comments you had made, such as making sure sub-postmasters don't get off scot-free, in other words, escape deserved punishment and such like. Would you accept that it is a significant, should be and can be a significant concern to the sub-postmaster network of today and those representing them, that you should be in a role now that affects their working and financial relationships?
I think that's a question for others to judge. As I mentioned in my evidence earlier, I fully accept I was caught up in part of the groupthink back in 2013, and I don't believe I provided enough challenge. I didn't step outside the mindset at the time, and I deeply regret that. I think I have learned a huge amount from that, and I think I am still able to do a good job for the business and for postmasters, but it's ultimately for others to judge that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. Is it Mr. Maloney now?
It is, yes.
Mr. Edwards, I simply want to ask you very briefly about Project Zebra and the Deloitte report.
Yes.
In 2013-2014, you were aware that there was an issue around remote access.
Yes.
Yeah. And the Deloitte report for Project Zebra was delivered in mid-2014.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you read that report, Mr. Edwards?
I didn't, no.
Did you read the board's summary?
No. All I recall reading on this, I wasn't particularly closely involved with the matters at this point, so I recall reading a summary email from Chris O'Jord to the board, but I didn't read the report itself.
Did you discuss the findings of the report with Mrs. Venables?
No, I wasn't closely involved with matters at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards.
Is that it, Mr. Blake?
That is, yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Edwards, for making your witness statement and for giving evidence orally before me today. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
2 days next week, starting on Monday, Mr. Blake.
That's correct.
All right, 9:45. It's one witness on Monday. I take it we still want to start at 9:45, do we?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Fine. All right.